Hello and welcome back, all you wonderful 2B Dicers. Good to be back, and I'm excited to be here. I'm your host, Daddy Tarzan, 82855 on all social media platforms, and with me is the wonderful cast and crew of 2B Dice Adventures. Let's go ahead and get a little roll call for tonight's episode of Star Wars Edge of the Empire, episode 61, Seeds of War. Let's go ahead and get our introduction started with Oho.
Hello, everybody. I am Victor, also known as Victor the Story Weaver. I am playing Oho, outlaw assassin trained by Night Sisters, one of the two amazing, talented, and deadly halves of the brotherly duo of Oho and Raul, now reunited after a long absence and on a journey that is making them go back to certain stomping grounds that they didn't think they were going to find themselves going back to. So that's why we have Chav, because he will work as our meat shield. Don't tell him we said that. Oh, hi, Chav. I didn't see you there.
Excuse me? What? No, I mean, anyway, hi, my name is Matt. I am War-Torn Knight out there on the interwebs, doing all kinds of fun things, and as explained, I will be playing not the party's meat shield. That is definitely not me. Chav Visto, putting aside the Agent Lancer moniker for a moment, as yes, we are going to hang out with the Rebellion for a little bit, but definitely not the meat shield. No, I think that the meat shield would be the person who is so tough that he considers a full-body subdermal armor implant surgery to be not invasive. So, how you doing there, Oz?
Oh, you're talking about me? Oh, well, hi there.
Yes, no, hi. the other guy who said that crazy thing earlier.
Oh, you mean down there? Hi there. Yes. Hi, I'm Oz, otherwise known as the idiot who said those things. I am son of a ghost on the TikTok to interwebs. You can find me on those platforms. And I will be streaming soon, eventually, for games and stuff. So if you want to, send a like or a follow, that'd be awesome. I'm playing Raul tonight. The ever rambunctious, ever getting into trouble, ever questioning life and dabbling with the dark side half of the brotherly duo from Dathomir, who just is tired. Okay, he's just tired, and now he has to go back. He's to backtrack. Doesn't like that. So, yeah, this should be interesting, to say the least. Oh yeah, also they were supposedly dead. Now they have to convince people that they're not dead, and who they say they are. So yeah, that's a fun time.
Oh, what a fun time it will be, indeed. That being said, we also have other cast members that join us on occasion. They won't be joining us tonight, unfortunately, as plans or some people will be coming back from Comic-Con, so on and so forth. So our other cast members are Diaval cosplay. She plays Dove, our resident bipedal tank, and then Mask Ren, who plays Ego, the ever charming Twi'lek smuggler, who also joins us on occasion.
Who's never done a bad thing in their life.
Who's never done a bad thing in their life, apparently. That being said, be on the lookout for them when they do join us again, and show them all the love and support that you guys always do. We appreciate you. Let's go ahead and roll out announcements for the week. Again, there will be no Dimensional Dial this month, unfortunately. But we are working hard to get that court locked in for next month. Just scheduling conflicts came up, so we're gonna keep trying. But we had 4 wonderful back-to-back episodes of Dimensional Dial last time, so it's fair that we take space it out a little bit. No big deal.
Been little leg, take it back, kind of thing. Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, be on the lookout for that. Once we have a date locked in, we'll make the announcement. Next is, I believe, Valley of Endless War. I have to confirm with the GM, is taking a small hiatus as some personal events came up, and they need to take a break for the time being. So that being said, Valley of Endless War will be on a temporary hiatus until they get these situations resolved. And then next Thursday, not this one, Tales of Barden returns once again to continue the adventures of the pirate crew of the Pale Lady and unfold some events to find out what William and Xenia, the Returned, have been up to, along with Nog, the Returned. That being said, that will be next week at the usual time, so be on the lookout for that. And then Frontiers of Eberron this Sunday? Or is it next Sunday? Let's double check. I believe it's next Sunday, if he put it in the calendar. He has not.
I think they might be trying again for this Sunday because tech issues prevented them from playing.
Oh yes, last Sunday fell through. That's right. So yeah, hopefully they'll be trying for this week. We'll confirm via X if you're following us on there, and then yeah, that's gonna be it for our casting our show announcements. Let's go ahead and get back to the action of which you came here to view tonight. Last we left off, Oho sought medical treatment from the ISB aboard the Nullifier, much to Rawl's reluctance. In that time during his treatment, spotted some disdain for the new chain of command that has supposedly been supplanted in lieu of events that removed the former Admiral Tazen Kavon from command of the Nullifier. With that in mind, Oho saw fit to have a little personal conversation with one of these lower commissioned officers, and decided to bestow some words of wisdom. While that was taking place, Chav Visto and Rawl investigated their ships. Chav finding a stray tracker from the Yayar clan, supposedly, still on his Nothwind Chimera, showing that this tracker has been in place since his ship has been impounded on the Nullifier. Decided to show this to the ISB technicians working on a ship, and show up how they missed a crucial detail. But as he went over his long beloved ship, found that it is in perfectly good and working condition, and went to go check on the other ships that are in their small fleet. They then sought out the quartermaster officer Tulani, and requisitioned some gear and supplies for their endeavor to ingratiate themselves with the rebellion. After a long period of trying to get some supplies that were made defunct by intentional means, restored to working order, or at least half of that crate being restored to working order, Chav finally caves and calls up Killbolt directly and negotiates to have the supplies in better condition to better ingratiate themselves with the rebellion. After a while, after all their needs were met, Killbolt meets with the crew at the landing pad of where all their ships were located, and began preparations for takeoff. Before boarding their ships, Killbolt hands off a code cylinder with coordinates of a convoy of cargo ships that could deliver supplies to a. Sorry, I got the wrong admiral listed in, not Admiral Tazen. Admiral K. Wrong. Sorry. The former admiral of the Nullifier was Camus Yuldani. The supplies that this convoy are going to Admiral Tazen. Got my names mixed up, sorry. And before their departure, they requested from Killbolt additional information that will help aid in their reemergence to the rebellion. Killbolt agrees and informs them to stay in contact, as he will reach out to them once he has more actionable intel. And where the rest of this journey goes will be to be diced. As you begin to make preparations for takeoff on board your respective ships, Oho aboard the Delta T3C shuttle, Chav aboard the Nothman Chimera, and Rawl aboard the VCX 100. You make ready the engines and prepare for takeoff. Is there anything the three of you would like to do before initiating this launch?
What ship is Scuttle on?
The VCX.
Okay.
Along with the medical droid as well.
Sweet. Okay. I'll just be going over basic ship checks with them, and I will instruct Scuttle to handle astrogation, because I cannot.
Okay.
Did we settle on R6 was staying behind?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Scuttle, taking up the co-pilot seat, turns to you as you command it to take over.
Actually, flip that, because I have 3 die and Scuttle has less. He has more piloting than I do, I believe.
We'll check here. Let me add them to the table. Sorry, there we go. Complete sheets. There you go. Okay, there's your guys' droids. Now Scuttle has 2 astrogation, or 1 astrogation to piloting.
Yeah, I have 3 astrogation, so we will flip that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Also, do we want to take this as a moment to roll our force die for the evening?
Well, yes, let's go ahead and do that. If somebody would mind sharing the table, that'd be great.
I already rolled for Chev, and I'm on a streak.
That's not fair.
And I already added it to the thingy.
Let me share my screen.
Your light side for me.
Ooh. Everybody's.
Oh, baby.
So
Let's see what the runner-up Harbinger has to say.
there we go.
Actually, that's actually inaccurate. You were the first in the running. You turned it down.
Why is it not sharing the screen? Hang on. Please hold.
Please hold. Please hold. Your force points are important to us.
There we go.
Hey.
Okie dokie, Smokey.
There we go. Yay!
Hey. We can do anything we want.
Did it!
We're not allowed to fail. There's a first time for everything.
Just don't use any of those. So we can't use them.
Okay. That's fine. Good to know. 3 light side.
I feel like we're gonna have to use all of them just to make sure that your story is straight once we talk to the rebels.
Ooh boy.
We can come up with some convincing stuff. We're bringing gifts. It's fine.
Yeah, you're bringing a gift horse.
All I know is that Chev's part of that discussion is, and I helped.
All right. Anything else before takeoff?
I think that one of the conversations that Oho will probably have with the group, whether in person or through comms, as they're doing all the preparations for departure. I think he just. So I know that we have to meet the rebels, and I do not consider myself to be on any sort of hindrance. But if we are bound to a journey where our travels may be limited, restricted, or observed, there's a chance that I may need to ask of you, Chev, about the resources and location you used to acquire that arm, as perhaps I should tend to my sight before we dive deep into rebel territory.
You know what? It's probably not a bad idea, especially since I was thinking about making a follow-up appointment on my own.
Sorry, what was the last thing you said?
Chev just said that he was thinking about making a follow-up appointment with Dr. Karalta himself. So, yeah.
Any objection to that, Raw?
I mean, I would like to catch up with the good doctor if possible. So, I'm sure we can make an arrangement, make a pit stop with Isotech.
Chev,
Sure, they're curious about how the lone ship is faring.
It seems to me that both of you have met them and been there. Chev, can I trust them enough to let them put a cybernetic implant for my eye?
Well, I mean, as the situations revolve in my circumstance was a little bit more necessity than, how should I say, choice. And kind of like does a few finger exercises, like maybe flips a credit between the fingers, just to show off, and just goes, I'm pretty happy with the result.
Very well.
12 out of 10, highly recommend.
In that case, I suppose that we can plan that if it's feasible on our route.
Alrighty. If we're heading out, let me get changed. And that's just me swapping out of the mechanic's utility suit and swapping into the G suit as well as the naval flight suit, just in case something happens. I love that when Chev actually gets geared up, I'm using 2 less encumbrance. The freaking mechanic's suit that I have is just heavy as shit.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Let's go to items here. One section. There we go. and you guys go about your various preparations, and you're prepared to take off. It's at this point. Let's pull up the galaxy map here. It's at this point you receive a hailing from tower control or the command control of the nullifier in preparation of your takeoff with your fleet, and you begin the process of ignition and takeoff. And with that, they give you the go-ahead to make for departure. As you exit the hangar of the nullifier and enter into the vast emptiness of space, you receive a second hailing from the nullifier itself, this time from Killbolt himself.
Do you read me loud and clear? Are you ready for the path that is before you?
5x5 reading you clear and looking like some clear skies and sure sight. Just like heading down the old Hydean way.
Do be careful out there. The rebels are a suspicious lot. They will have trouble with ghosts re-emerging from the dead. And I'll do my best on my end. I already have my technicians working out our side of the agreement. I'll reach out once I have actionable intel. In the meantime, I've gotten debrief from the crypt chasers that you employed, and I believe there was an agreement of payment from the Empire.
Chad scrambles for the competence. Yes. There was, in fact, a agreement from that job that we did there on their Corban. What did they say?
There are no place to say anything. As they are currently indisposed. But if the original amount of credits that I've let you depart with is not enough, I suppose I can fulfill their bargain as well. The 15,000 credits that was agreed upon, I believe.
17. The circumstances were dire. We had to
Also-
go above and beyond to keep them.
It like scrambling again, and just like Rawl, I also do believe that there was another extenuating circumstance during our time on Korriban where they verbally agreed to an increase in that payment.
Yes, I can corroborate that statement. That is correct. However, I believe if you ask, what's her name? One of the researchers there was present when the deal was struck. If you inquire with one of them, they should tell you.
It's scrambling again. Jav is just going to be like, and I know that this sounds sketchy, especially coming from a guy like me with my accent, but this is all factual things that happened.
17,000 credits will be transferred to your account.
$10 for the Agent Gilbo. And when they figure out the bonus that we earned out, be sure to let us know. Or just drop it in.
Look out for any further communications from us we'll be in touch. Please don't disappoint me.
Hey, since we are going into rebel territory, I don't think me saying, excuse me, I gotta take this, my ISB handler is calling, will be a good excuse. What should I call you?
You don't have to worry about that. Our communications will be arranged by dead drop. You'll be notified prior through our field agents.
Are you suggesting that while we are going to be there, if there's anything we have to report with urgency, we won't be able to reach you until you reach us?
You can reach us at any point in time, should you deem it necessary. But any and all communications that are not deemed dire will be arranged by dead drop. You will determine the urgency.
Chav's going to, in the pilot seat of the Northern Chimera, shrug and shake his head, thinking about, like, anything you have can wait until you arrive at the Nullifier, as he was piloting a Sith transport shuttle that he wanted to tell this guy about. And Chav's just going to go dead and full, reading you loud and clear.
So basically, it's typical procedure when dealing with double agents. Communications arranged by dead drop, unless otherwise dictated by the agent themselves. So you get a sense that this is not the first time that he's had to explain to people that aren't used to this type of field work, and explains it in a very matter-of-fact tone.
All right,
So-
that means that if Chav for some reason needs to call Killbolt and he's surrounded by rebels, he's going to call him the first thing that comes to his mind.
That's fair.
Excuse me there, Auntie Ethel.
I would hope you'd contact them before you're in that dire of a situation, but yeah, that's
I
fair.
mean, who knows? Who knows with the way things go?
This is very true. You guys are very chaotic. We'll find out.
Rala might rig the entire rebel base to blow because he looked at me funny. We're going to get there and Ral's going to go, how many of them are minions?
Listen,
That sounds
I
like
can
I
take
killed
Nullifier.
475 people all at once.
yeah, I could take the nullifier. It's fine.
I'm not talking about the Nullifier.
Listen,
Anyway, let's get this show on the hyperlanes.
All right. You guys begin to make your preparations and astrogation checks. Go ahead. Speaking of which, let's go ahead and make those astrogation checks.
I can do that for you, sir.
That would be
Is it not a thing where we can just kind of like group check and then
Piggyback.
on everybody's?
That's fair. Everybody can work off of one person, and the additional pilots can add a boost die to the check.
So I don't have any droids on my vessel. Chav has 2 proficiency die.
I have 3 ability. I can make it 1 proficiency if I take a light side.
So whoever has the highest proficiency or the highest ranks in astrogation makes the check, and then everybody else can supplement
By
them.
ranks, then that's gonna be me.
And then everybody else adds 1 boost die to the check.
Alrighty, so that sounds like I am adding 2 boost die,
Or do you want? Yeah, go ahead and roll it.
And then it's a easy check.
Easy check. Am I rolling the difficulty?
Well, first we got to figure out where we're going.
Isotech, right?
We would presume Isotech.
Yeah, we discussed that. We're making appointments.
Well, Isotech has
Is
its
mobile.
own ship It's mobile, so we have to call them first and talk.
Yeah.
Well, for that, then I'm going to let Rawl do the talking there because you're the one who's driving their property.
That's a fair point. There would be a way of tracking with the VCX where Isotech is currently at, as that is their vessel. So
They're on the
on
GPS.
low.
So, okay, let's have Rawl make the check, and then, yeah, you probably might want to announce your arrival first, but yeah.
Yeah, I mean, once we get out of hyperspace, because we can't talk in hyperspace, can we? We can't make a call in hyperspace.
You can, yeah. There's you're able to communicate in hyperspace, but yeah. So that being the case. You guys would, Rawl, you would take notice that currently ISO 1 is traveling on the fringes of wild space towards, or actually, they're on. Do you want to meet them somewhere close to Nothwin, or are you guys going to where they're at?
Depends on how far they are. If I'm able to see them, or at least a general vicinity, then yeah, I want to know how far away they are first.
They're on the outskirts of Hut space currently.
On the Nothwin side of Hut space?
Nothwin is down at. So Nothwin is what's this coordinate? K18.
Right.
That's where.
But Hut space is large.
Hut space is off to is in the eastern quadrant. Southeastern quadrant.
Oh, so we're going far out of our way then.
Just to get over there. Okay.
You guys can meet at a midpoint if you contact them and ask them to.
Let's do that because
Well,
otherwise
yeah.
we're going to be spending a lot of money for
fuel and stuff. Yeah.
fuel and stuff.
Unless they wanted to, fork over some barrels.
Speaking of money, I forgot that I needed to put 250,000 credits on my character sheet from last time, which above table I will be splitting that with people and stuff for whatever we need.
Okay. I will be making a phone call. Chav, please hold.
And I'm waiting. Beep, 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 beep.
Okay. So you make the call to ISB or wrong Isotech. You're immediately greeted by a younger voice as you reach out. Voyager 1, this is ISO 1. Please identify yourself.
Hell yes. This is Rawl with the VCX 100, case number 82855. We are in need of Isotech's services, and unfortunately, we can't quite get to where you are. Is it possible we can meet at a more intermediate point?
Let me pass the communication along to Isotech President. One moment.
I'd appreciate more elevator music.
Yep, basically elevator music as the communication is put on hold. After a few minutes, you hear a familiar voice on the other end, male voice, the raspy, charismatic, suave voice of Rom.
Hello, is that you? This is Rom.
Rom, how have the space lanes been treating you?
Oh, very well. Since the acquirement of Dr. Kritala, we've been making great strides in our cybernetic business.
Hopefully changes for the better.
But it's making me a rich man.
Listen, speaking of the good doctor, I have need of a favor. Do you remember my brother? I may have spoke of him when we last met.
I don't recall meeting a brother, but if he's your brother, then he's welcome in Isotech Arms as well.
Right. Well, he's in need of the good doctor's services. Unfortunately, we can't quite reach your location. Is it possible we can meet at a more intermediate location between the two of us? We are currently, and he gives the exact coordinates.
Yes,
I'm laughing above table at Raul just casually giving the coordinates to the nullifier.
I guess now we know that the big showdown of this season is going to be the ISB and the
Nice attack.
showdown.
Yep.
And we're in the middle, like,
I mean, he doesn't. They don't have like a big eye in the sky to know where like the nullifier is right there. So
yeah,
I mean,
but if it only takes
So,
a little
I
bit
mean-
to kind of go, why are you guys just in the middle of space? Because I don't think we're orbiting any system.
no, there's a planet nearby.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure there's systems in place by the ASP, you know, that monitors compromising information like that. This might be the last time we see Isotech. We'll see.
This was Tarzan's grand scheme all along to make it so that all of our cybernetics come from Killbolt.
Listen, this is actually my plan, a long time in the making, to get Dr. Cortala away from Isotech, obviously.
Oh, you know what? Not a bad idea. We could save the good doctor.
Oh boy, this is great.
strange. You're out in open space. I don't recognize any systems, but yeah, we can meet you somewhere in between. Let's say we meet at Deveron. It's right in between. We should meet up there about the same time.
Good old Dev it is then. We'll meet you there.
Very well. It's good to hear from you. How's my ship, by the way?
Still at one piece. I mean, it's in good hands. Not really, but yeah, it's in good hands.
Chav has his con muted as he's listening to this, just going, "Your ship fucking sucks. It handles like dog shit."
It's a box on wheels.
All right. With that, I mean, there's just there's a little more exchange of friendly banter for a little bit before Rom assures you that he'll meet you at Deveron. For the two fleets, or for the one frigate and the fleet, it's about a 3-day journey. Well, you got one ship that travels with a class 2 hyperdrive, so that might be a little longer, depending on this hyperdrive or this astrogation check. At this time, we're going to go ahead and conduct that astrogation check now that you have a heading of where you're trying to go.
We have our heading.
So am I still able to do this check? But now that I know where we're going,
That's fair. Yeah, if
I
you
have
want
the better roll.
if you want the take the lead, then by all means, go ahead.
I do want the better roll.
So again, it's still an easy check with 2 boost die from the assistance of the other 2 pilots. Gotta refresh.
That would be 3 successes and 2 advantages.
Okay. Even with the slower ship in tow, you guys make good progress. You do make it there within the 3-day journey, despite the fact that one ship is a bit on the slower end. That being said, you guys make it to Deveron, and as you guys make your jump, at this time, I'm going to need Oho to make a perception check.
Perception, you say?
Guys, I am so happy to be back in the Northwind Chimera.
It's going to be an average difficulty.
Do you want me to roll difficulty?
Yes, go ahead. You guys,
Average difficulty. Whapa!
you guys tend to roll harsher for yourselves.
1 success and 1 triumph, sir.
Okay, very good. As your shuttle lurches into hyperspace, you do take notice to the sound of what sounds like cargo toppling over, coming from the troop compartment of the shuttle.
Mm-hmm. Of course.
And you're by yourself?
Of course. Of course. I will, since I am in hyperspace currently going to coordinates, I am going to proceed and investigate what I think I already know what it is, and I don't know how I feel about it because that's another mouth to feed. But oh Lord, the consequences of my actions.
Will you feed it? Is the question.
Feed them, feed him, if I am correct about what I'm going to find. But yes,
Oh,
I proceed to investigate.
okay. You disembark the cockpit of the Delta class T3C shuttle and make your way into the troop compartment.
I will say, even though it is the ship that I am piloting, I'm going to have Oho approach this very stealthily. So
This is gonna be hot.
it's not like he's just going to be like, like walk in. He's going to do his thing.
Okay.
Poof, what do you need? Poof, what do you need?
Yeah.
I mean,
I'm going to fade into the ether.
okay. There is only one way in and out of this cockpit, but let's see if you can slip by this threshold without, being discovered. So go ahead and make a. Let's do an average perception or stealth check. I am going to say this is with a challenge of 2 because you are trying to pass through a singular entry point without being discovered. Granted, I don't know why it's gonna. I doubt it's gonna do anything to you because your fucking stealth is astronomical. But I gotta.
Yeah, but
Oh my god.
the
And-
dice are
you managed to fail.
the dice are telling a story. Apparently,
That's crazy.
that's
That's insane.
we're witnessing history right here, folks. This is the first time ever this man has failed a stealth check.
That's like a hard fail too, though.
That's 3 failures and a despair, mind
You
you.
know what? That tracks though. You're missing an eye.
That is true. And I love that even
So-
though with that, I have 10 advantages, whatever that is. Like, it's like he fails, but still he sees why he fails.
I am moving the Northwind into a 6 o'clock position behind the shuttle to blast it out of the sky for whatever terrible thing happens.
I'm gonna pocket that despair for now, as
no.
that is. There's nothing that you could possibly do in this scenario that would warrant a despair failure.
He got his dark side to die one way or another. There you go.
That being said, you increase the difficulty too much, so we're gonna remove those 3 failures back there.
Oh,
So-
isn't that the way that, because you said regular and then,
It's
was it
a-
supposed to do
it was supposed to be the 2 Yeah, the two red D12s.
Bad.
So that being said, it's still a failure, just not as harsh of a failure. It's 3 failures. So yeah, it's just a failure with 10 advantages and 1 despair. Okay. Yeah, you cross the threshold and you're trying to be as stealthy as possible, but again, it's just one singular door to cross through. You can be quiet, but you're still in a choke point.
I think the equivalent of this is basically like Oho knowing that obviously there's only one way. His attempt is just basically to open the door, but not open the door while he's in front of the door. He's just opening the door.
That's fair.
To like look, keeping himself the side that has an eye still to the door.
That's
so
fair.
He can literally do like a peek and look as before he moves.
In case there's blaster fire or something like
it's
that.
Like obviously he's not gonna be like he can be stealthy because literally the door is opening, so obviously someone is coming, but he's not like just opening the door and just being in front of the door in case somebody's like.
This is hilarious. That is awesome. Yeah, so the doors to the cockpit of the shuttle pop open, and you're off to the side quickly in case of any blaster fire. But you do hear in this moment a sharp breath. As you peek around quickly, you spot a familiar face of a young man. The face of Jarvis Dulaney stowed away aboard your shuttle.
Damn it, Jarvis. I feel like Oho, the moment he spots him, Oho is walking. He just starts walking intently toward this kid.
So you find him in a compromised position. He was trying to climb out of this crate quietly, and during the jump, it caused him to lose his balance, and he fell out. So he's currently on his back. As he looked over and sees the door pop open, and then sees your face, and you're just beelining it for him. He's like, I'm sorry.
Immediately, his Night Sister blade appears in his hand, and it's just the edge of it just stops right
No.
the nape of his neck. What are you doing here?
I thought you wanted me to come with you.
Why would you think that?
I don't know. He said some pretty convincing things. You brought up, am I fighting on the right side?
What makes you think that I am the right side, kid? That is not the message that I was trying to impart.
I don't know. I just figured if I was going to follow anybody, it would be you.
He immediately grabs him by the collar, flips him around, and just starts like patting him down. He's just looking for any like weaponry, comms, anything that he can find on this kid's body that may hint to a hearing device, a listening device, a recording device, a tracking device, anything. And he's taking his time with it too, and he's not being gentle about it.
Okay, go ahead and give me a skullduggery check. This is going to be average difficulty. As you do a thorough, not skullduggery, let's make it a perception. And I'll give you a boost die because he is being compliant.
And again, like he'll take his time. He doesn't care. Like we're in hyperspace. There's no rush. I need to take my time with this thing. Okay, you said average, yeah?
Yes, average difficulty with a boost.
2 successes, 2 advantages.
Very good. Okay. As you're doing a thorough search of Jarvis, you find a data pad, some medical instruments, a communicator, short range, and actually, no, you would have left that behind. His code cylinders for Oh, you would have left that behind too. Yeah, he's traveling light. It looks like as you look in the crate that he fell out of, there's a backpack full of clothes and medical supplies. But yeah, he carries no communication of any sort. Just a data pad and some medical equipment.
Did Kilbo send you?
No, by all accounts, I shouldn't be here at all. I'm technically abandoning my post. I'm AWOL.
That data pad that you brought, can it be traced?
I don't think so.
Oho immediately just uses the sword. Smash.
Are you angry at me?
What do you think?
I figured you might need my help.
Always. Oho can hear. He doesn't know how, but he knows somewhere in the goddamn galaxy, Eliza is laughing her ass off, Yoda style. Like she's just laughing her ass off somehow. Thinking the Force works in mysterious ways, asshole. And he's just like, son of a bitch.
But yeah, as you're reading this kid's posture with your innate abilities, you get a sense of authenticity in his words and his reactions to your influence. And he's terrified. He doesn't know what he's doing, but he genuinely believes he can help you.
Oho has a moment. He crouches. He's like on a full-on squat, like with his arms over his legs with a sword, and like he looks very primal. It's just it's like primal, sort of like, and he's just very close to the kid, and he's just like staring at him, like he's not sure if. And this kid is probably looking at the eyes of this guy, not knowing whether this guy is going to say, okay, good, or maybe I'm just going to throw you out of the airlock whenever I get the chance. Like it's hard to tell which is which. So let me get this straight. I asked you questions about why you did what you did. You mentioned your family.
Yes.
I mentioned the fact of the potential dangers of both sides in any war. And you decide to make yourself abandon a post, knowing full well that your family is in a location that is traceable and findable by the people you just abandoned. Is that correct?
I signed up to work for the Empire, not the ISB. I'm not a spy. And what they subjected me to after replacing all of my chain of command with ISB agents, I didn't know what to do. That's not what I signed up for.
What do you think they're going to think when they cannot find you anymore?
I figured if I worked for you, I can make up for...
You don't know me, kid. You don't know who I am. You don't know where I've been. You don't know what I've done.
I know you work for the ISB.
I don't work for the ISB. What I do out of necessity. Same way that you, out of necessity, had to stay aboard that ship in order to keep working and survive. And now you may have potentially increased the danger and the risk of both your survival, your family's, and mine.
I'm sorry. Look, I can be a great asset to you. I'm medically trained.
Do you have any other connections, friends, family, and other locations throughout the galaxy other than Coruscant?
I mean, I have some comrades that I trained with in basic. I could probably make some connections, yes. But what does that have to do with anything?
So that I can drop you off somewhere.
You can't leave me behind.
Why not?
Because I'm AWOL now. You know what they do to soldiers that go AWOL?
Yes, I do.
Look, I just want to help you. I saw the people that you came in with. You don't have a medical expert on your team, and I can be that. My skills are being wasted on the nullifier. You need a doctor, and I can do that.
Walks sort of like away to an area near one of the crates.
I may not be medically certified, but I have the training and the experience.
Ho turns back to the kid. Walks closer to him. Looks at him for a long time.
Please don't hurt me. I don't do well with pain.
He offers his hand.
Jarvis, again, you're reading his micro gestures. He's terrified that this is going to go one of two ways. He
trying to offer him, so does it to like help him up.
He slowly extends his hand, grasps your forearm firmly, and he's like tenses up in preparation of what?
Pulls him back up to standing. Doesn't let go of the hand.
So, will you let me help you? Am I part of the team?
Team?
Yeah, you're a team, right?
Right now you're aboard this ship. I'm the one piloting this ship. I'm the only other person in this ship. So if you think that you are fine, if you want to be able to walk off this ship alive, the one person you need to convince. And then the other hand comes up. A chain of like wrists is just latches on the hand, grabs the other one too. Is me. And then Oho just headbutts the kid. Right in the middle of the face. Lights out.
Okay, go ahead and give me a combat check. Let's make this a brawl.
Now
This will be a melee.
That's not positive reinforcement. Like this kid is gonna.
Something's getting reinforced, all right.
We're already going to Isotech. He might need a new nose. It's fine. We got this.
I mean, I'm just saying. Matt has plans that Chav will require a doctor to be nearby.
Let me reveal Jarvis on the table, and there we are. Yeah, go ahead and target him and make a melee attack.
Oh, look at the little guy.
Melee.
Can I?
Where's the thing?
Of course, he's a rival.
I do the combat.
What did you think he was going to be a minion?
I mean, yeah.
Minions don't have that great of skill. I mean, if you want me to downgrade him, I'll downgrade him.
Well, nobody's saying that, but what I am thinking is that just how he's been acting, he definitely reads Minion.
Right.
So I,
Alwa's gonna make him feel like a minion.
You got little
Before he
Minion
lets him
energy.
feel like a person.
I mean, he's not the most tankiest of boys, but he's definitely gonna.
How
Yeah,
I forget. How do I do
I
the
understand.
targeting?
You don't have to. It's an easy difficulty, so just one difficulty die.
Oh, okay.
Nice.
This poor kid.
Oh, no.
Triumph! Holy fuck! All right, I got to roll a crit injury on him. Oh yeah, and you're a fucking assassin. How many ranks in fatal blows do you have? Lethal blows?
Oh no.
Oh, you could-
no.
You could choose to not enact that ability, but
I'm just curious. I'm just at this point. I'm just curious.
If you
What is
just
it?
kill him,
Lethal blows. So that'll be 2. 2. Is it 2? Let me see. Wait. 3. So plus 30.
are you using all three ranks of it, or any ranks at all?
To be fair, this is, even though this is a very like intentional and not at all like held back strike, this is Oho being very surgical about this. Like he's hitting this
Okay.
kid right here.
Yeah, you're not
This is-
intending to
this is
inflict a
just-
lethal shot.
No, this is lights off. This is
Okay.
I'm taking you down right now because I need to make a phone call
Yeah,
and I cannot help you.
I mean, he's gonna be hurting for a bit, but he's a medical professional. He can fix himself later. But yeah, he goes right out.
So for brevity, I will say that like if this was like a movie, the way that the montage would be is like you just see the head, it's like lights out, like it's just like a black screen.
Fade to
and then
black.
the
Yeah.
next- and that it's like a quick jump to black, and then the next thing is the close up of the comm links on Chav and Rawl. Just fucking just dialing, just calling.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. How's this call gonna go? I'm curious.
Well, while this is going on, Rawl's knee deep in a droid, in the bowels of a droid right now. So
whoa, we don't need to know your
Goddamn-
personal
yeah, we
life.
don't need to know.
Yeah, that's fade to black material right there, bud.
We have one
Right.
fade to black. We're going right to another one.
right, yeah. So if the call's happening, that's where he's at.
We may have a bit of a situation.
You called both of us.
Yes.
Chad,
is a-
I would
this is a
say
group
probably,
Group call.
probably, literally just like back in his quarters for the first time. I don't know how. Literally, like you ever go on vacation, then you come back, and the first thing that you do is just sprawl out on your bed.
Oh yeah.
That's Chav right now. And then just like as he's kind of in that moment, just like we may have a bit of a situation. Just, 5 by 5, reading you clear.
This is brilliant. The consequences of my actions.
There. After we jumped into hyperspace, I found a unexpected passenger.
Is this something that you need a doctor to look at? Is that what you're kind of getting at here?
Jeff,
Well, like, I mean,
one of the kids that works at the ISB. They used to be part of the Empire before the ISB took over the ship that we were just in. The kid whom I spoke to after I recovered decided that he could help me and snuck onto the ship.
Chev, like, as Oho starts telling him this, like, because when he heard we have a situation, Chev's like, oh, fuck, something mechanical, or we found another bug or something like that. And then he says, stow away. And Chev, like, in Chev's mind, No way that means an actual stowaway. So that's why he said what he said, which was very joking, but still. And then as you're like, no, a legit stowaway, he's like spins, sits up, and like holds the conversation. You mean to tell me that with all your fancy space magic that you have, a fucking kid snuck onto a stolen Imperial Sith shuttle with you?
You hear a loud metallic banging sound as Raul bangs his head on something inside the robot as he comes out. I'm sitting here knee deep, arms double fisted in the bowels of this robot,
Hey, yo.
and you are taking on extra work. What are you thinking, brother?
What do you mean, what am I thinking? I did not choose this.
Why would he think that it was okay to come upon this boy? You must have given him the wrong idea.
Clearly, the kid took my words in a different way than what I was expecting.
And what were your words, and how could they have been misconstrued in the worst possible way?
It doesn't matter.
Matters a little bit so that the shit doesn't happen again.
Whatever the words were is not going to change the fact that the kid's aboard the ship.
Is he dead?
No,
It'd be easier if he was.
I know it would, but as far as I can tell, I do not think that he is lying. I think that he is just young and stupid.
Stupid is right. This qualifies him for desertion.
Yes, I am aware, Chav.
I know that. Chav's catching up to speed. Chav just like starts rubbing his head and just goes, all right, I mean, we call Killbolt, we tell him this kid was
No.
taking a nap.
No,
Well, we're not bringing him to the rebels. I don't think we can leave him with Isotech.
you know the kid has family in Coruscant. If
Why
you
not?
tell Killbolt that what he did, and Killbolt does not believe us or wants to make an example out of this kid, we will be responsible not just for his death, but also potentially the death of his family.
He's also an Imperial. We've killed Imperials for less before.
Yes, before.
So what do you suppose we do?
I suppose that's why I'm talking to you. I have not been to Isotech before. Do you think there is any way? He mentioned that he may be medically adept. Perhaps he can find himself a place there.
I'm not sure all of the inner workings of Isotech. However, the person that we are taking you to get your eye fixed, whom we also liberated from a very harsh planet environment, is currently working there for them. And if they need help, if they haven't provided an assistant, I mean, maybe, but it's a stiff maybe. I mean, yes, Isotech dabbles on both sides of the line. Rom has said so much himself, but it's slim. I mean, who can really trust an Imperial until they've proven themselves? And this guy, he just walked aboard your ship. That's not a very good precedent.
There is an alternative.
You're not thinking of stringing him along through all this, are you?
Well, we are bringing Imperial ships to the rebels. So
But you are.
perhaps there could be also an Imperial dissenting. If I tell Kilbull that I brought this kid with me on purpose because I wanted to have more believable confirmation about us bringing people to descent from the Empire to the Rebels, we might be able to protect our state and also grant the kid an opportunity to not only prove himself for us, but also stay in good standing with Kilbolt.
Good standing would be a very loose term because, hey, I kidnapped one of your doctors, officers, whatever, to make a point.
Have you seen
Especially-
the conversations between Kilbolt and I? Do you think that Kilbolt would not expect for me to do something like this?
Well, no, I 100% expect them to, but that's just because you guys don't see very eye to eye. No offense.
None taken.
I would also recommend, as he tightened another rivet, I would also recommend not telling Kilbolt anything about this man. Because yes, he does hold so much sway over the Nullifier. However, there are other higher ranking officials that he does have to confer with. They will be asking questions. There might be mutiny over one single dissenter. So if we do this, we tell Kilbolt nothing.
Not to mention what happens in a few hours when somebody's taking some level of inventory and this guy ain't there.
Which is why we have to make a decision. I understand, brother, that you do not want to tell Kilbolt. However, we also have to consider how many other ships left around the time that we departed. How far is it going to be for Kilbolt to make the assumption that this kid may be with us? If we allow Kilbolt to make his own assumptions, then we cannot control the narrative.
His Majesty Lord GM, Chav is always paying attention to ships. Would he have any inkling of starships or anything like that coming or going from the Nullifier as our fleet was?
You guys would have bore witness to several squadrons of TIE fighters being launched as routine patrols, maintaining proximity of the Nullifier.
That's one person vessels.
Mm-hmm.
They would all return with the people.
Mm-hmm.
So nothing that would warrant transport of personnel unless they were pilots.
Getting long before Kilbolt lines up the timeline of our departure, this kid going missing, and at least asks, "Hey,
You guys would also be aware of cameras that would be monitoring the hangars as well.
mm-hmm.
And this kid doesn't have stealth technology, so
this kid's probably on camera getting onto that shuttle, and
Indeed.
if he's not, he's in the area."
The fact of the matter is that I do not think that us avoiding Kilbolt is going to do us any favors. I think the best way for us to solve this is to get ahead of it, let Kilbolt know that it was a choice, a rebellious one, but considering the fact that it is my ship, it would be justifiable. I'm willing to make the call and state the case. As for what decision we do and we make about the kid, we can wait until we jump out of hyperspace and we can all meet and face this kid face to face, as I do not want to make a final decision until all of us are in agreement.
I would also want to figure out where exactly he's going. So maybe yes,
not
wait until
Going anywhere, Raul. He literally just wants to join us. He literally asked me, am I part of the team now? Before I
What did you say to this kid?
Oh, that's exactly what I mean, though, brother. Where is he going from here? Because he's not staying with us.
Did you give him one of those inspirational speeches for something, and you were trying to like tell him to go do art or something? He
do not
took it
give
as
inspirational speeches, Chav, and this is true until then. I haven't given inspirational speeches before.
well, maybe before. So you did. You did give it in for it. You son.
I do not. I merely presented to the kid the possibility that in a war such as this, it doesn't matter what side you're fighting on. Either side could be making wrong choices and mistakes, and it's just a matter of which side do you choose to fight for and what do they do. And somehow he understood from that somehow I am someone that is worth following for answers, even though he understood and said, you work for the ISB, don't you not? So if he doesn't want to be with the ISB, but he believes us to work with the ISB, why is he joining us? I thought he could be a plant from Killbolt, but I didn't find any lie in his speech. And I didn't find anything other than a data pad that I destroyed immediately, so there's no tracing.
I don't know
Well, that
how
already is suspicious.
I don't know how good Killbolt is, but he found us and coerced us to work for him.
And you guys were trying to hide.
Yes.
Do you think that he couldn't make a simple plant look believable?
You know what? Oh, you're right. Let's meet the kid, all three of us. We'll grill him. Maybe we'll kill him. Who knows? We'll decide that. I
might
guess.
easily grill him, but
I guess we will figure that out once we hit Isotech.
I
Which
think
is a whole other can of worms about bringing an Imperial to Isotech. Is he in uniform?
he doesn't need to leave the ship.
uniform. At the very least, blindfold him.
You know what? He didn't need to leave the ship called the Nullifier either, but apparently this kid just fucking does shit.
Yeah, he's currently in uniform, but the bag that he was carrying has all of his
Civilian clothes.
his civvies down.
I think the first thing that I need to do is reach out to Killbolt.
Hey, you know what? Like you said, it's your ship for that the stowaway is on. By all means.
Brother,
I don't like it. But as it stands, my hands are full, and I can't really do anything from here. You've done well on your own so far. So it's a little more.
well, it seems that I am not on my own anymore, am I?
Yeah, leave the comm open. I want to see how this goes.
Sure. Oho is going to proceed to reach out to Killbolt.
Chav mutes his mic and starts getting a snack together. Just get very, very Guy Hawkbat style. Just going, oh, this might be good.
Okay, you contact the nullifier. You get initially some lower commissioned officers aboard the bridge, but you instruct that you're looking to speak with Killbolt directly, and they process and transfer your communication directly to him in his quarters currently.
Yes. We just got done talking. What can I do for you?
I just wanted to thank you for the extra hand that you decided to let me borrow.
What extra hand are you speaking of?
I'm sure that eventually you will find yourself having a bit of a gap in the services that you have and the people that are doing the rounds on your ship. That is because one of your small soldiers, I decided to acquiesce to ensure an even more persuasive method of integration into the rebels. Yes, a ship is useful, but an Imperial that is dissenting and moving to the other side will definitely be more useful and helpful, not to mention justify Rawls and I's return after all this time.
Interesting perspective. And who might this dissenting Imperial soldier be?
If you have to ask, then you have been slacking on your ship.
You know I could find out in a matter of minutes.
I am aware. I gave him a bit of an assignment before he joined me. Told him to try to be as quiet and stealthy as possible so he could get aboard the ship. His actions left me a little wanting, but then again, not everybody has the skills that I do. I'm sure that his skills will prove him useful in different ways.
Decisions like these should be ran through by me before taking any independent actions.
I'm sorry, are you the one who actually worked and fought alongside the rebellion for many years, including during the Battle of Yavin? Oh no, I think that was Rawl and I. I'm pretty sure that was also part of the reason why you decided to come back into our lives and threaten the freedoms that we were pursuing. So if I choose to take liberties because I believe they're going to be useful to the task at hand that is related to something that my brother and I have done in the past, then I apologize for being so forward, Killbolt.
You presume much, but... Very well. I'll report to whoever this dissenting member is, their chain of command, that he is away on a special mission. Naturally, there's no confusion as to his absence. Officially, we may have to report him AWOL. But at least those on the nullifier will be aware of the situation.
The least you can do is give the guy a break. Worst case scenario, if he doesn't actually function and does his job during this task, chances are he's not going to survive long. I do not like being slowed down.
I suppose we can delay the investigation for some time.
It would definitely save me some trouble, especially if the rebellion manages to get ears or eyes about somebody dissenting or being investigated. That means the eyes are going to be in the rebellion as well if they manage to trace it back. You should thank me. I could have taken one of your higher in command. It might have taken longer to break, but at least I left your capable ones back in your ship.
There's an awkwardly long pause on the other side of the line. There's no visual hollow projection of Killbolt, as he doesn't have any recording devices in his personal quarters. But you can almost faintly hear an exasperated, not exasperated, but an aggressive, sharp breath on the other side. You get a sense that you probably hit a couple of nerves with Killbolt.
Oh no, I feel so bad.
Oh dear.
Do be careful on how much you decide to test me. I can be understanding. I can be compromisable. But I will not tolerate insubordination.
And I would like for you to remember something. My brother and I had managed to be out. We were gone. We had earned our keep to choose how we live the rest of our lives, and then you brought us back in. So if I am a little insubordinate, whenever you feel exasperated or frustrated, I want you to remember that. You did that.
You may believe your freedom, but there was a blood price with your history. One that is owed to the Empire.
And I guess now we'll never know, will we?
Uphold your end, and I'll uphold mine. It's good talking to you, Oho.
I hope all your floors get scrubbed properly without your assistance, Kelbold.
And communication.
And with that, the comms close. You get a sense that you've probably thoroughly pissed off Killbolt, but he seems to be in agreement with the current arrangement for the time being.
There's a slight click as Chav unmutes his mic again. As beautiful as that is to witness, you do know that I have to answer to this man at some point in time in the future, right?
Seems to me like that's your problem, John. Or should I say Agent Lancer?
Welp.
You know, just because you're right doesn't mean you had to do such a good job. But I digress. Like I said, starting this off, it was very entertaining.
I will make sure to keep the kid restrained. Once we jump out of hyperspace, he can stay on the ship. We can use one of our droids to keep watch over him. We can all meet in the hangar bay of this ship. You can see him. We can talk to him. You can also draw your own conclusions.
All right. 10-4. Rawl.
Raul does not is not on the open comms. He went back
fine.
working.
After
that,
closes the comms and proceeds to make sure that the kid is restrained properly and potentially blindfolded, gagged. I don't think the gag is necessary, but it's his, like, who's gonna hear it?
You.
Like, yeah. So, yeah, I'm sure that he wants to piss me off. So yeah, but he probably just restrains, make sure that he's restrained. He has the electrical binds and has them probably in a small compartments or something.
All right. The blunt force trauma to the face can only buy you so long of a time for incapacitation. So eventually, the kid does rouse back. Maybe an hour or so later, but and you're on a 2-day travel time. So yeah, you arrange for proper detainment while he's during his incapacitation, but eventually he rouses, and you definitely can hear his pained groans from the troop compartment as wherever you're at on the ship at that time.
I feel like I probably just like, I'm there as he's waking up. The next thing he feels is the Bacta injection, just straight, just right there on the neck.
Did you break my nose? What happened?
I broke your nose.
I'm gonna need a splint. What's going on? Why am I restrained? Why can't I see?
until I am able to make a thorough decision, not just me, but the rest of the crew, on whether or not you are indeed attempting to help and what to do about your departure. I am not going to release you.
Could you at least split my nose for the moment? And I don't want it to.
Right away. Like,
Ah!
Solid.
The kid is like in excruciating pain, but he immediately starts reverting back to his training. Straightening it out is good and all, but you need to splint the bone, the cartilage. God, that fucking hurts. Please, I have medical equipment in my bag. I have some splints in there.
at this point, I probably would. His bag would be open. I would have gone through that while he's unconscious. Like,
So yeah, you find he begins to describe the equipment that is necessary for splinting a fracture such as a broken nose. You're looking for two long objects, preferably like popsicle sticks, some tape and binding material, and he walks you through the whole process of properly splinting a fractured nose. It takes a bit of a time and a lot of fidgeting as he kind of flinches at from the pain that you inflicted on him, and eventually you get a pretty. Actually, this calls for a medicine check.
I feel like
You know-
Alpha and Raul have fixed their noses, not with all that process. That's been just the on the go. Let's go.
Yeah, no, yeah. Your guys' are a little more rudimentary. He's trying to get a more proper treatment done to avoid any oblong heals, or he wants a very very proper treatment for his nose. So I'm gonna need a medicine check from you. We'll call this a hard difficulty, but I'll give you 3 boost die as he has 3 ranks in medicine, so he can guide you through the process pretty accurately. But I am also going to place a setback on this check as well, due to the fact that he does not do well with pain and is constantly flinching as you're applying the treatment. So hard difficulty with 3 boost die and 1 setback die.
0 successes, no advantages. Love it.
Oh my.
Oh,
It's not
my.
loaded at all.
that is a flat roll. Wow. You get a sense that you've done a good job, and you look at it. I mean, your experience with treating injuries like this is just to readjust it and get back on to mission. It stays in place for a moment before eventually you realize that it begins to slouch or slump from position, and it seems that you've probably picked up the wrong tape for application. It starts to slouch off the nose, and he's just like, "Oh, that's it doesn't seem like you might have picked up the wrong tape. It's fine. I can't go through that again, so just I'll be fine. Yes, I can wait for now. Healing process usually doesn't take too long. A couple days before bone and cartilage begins to.
I've had broken noses before, kid.
Doesn't it fucking hurt?
Yes.
And he's just like baffled by the casualness of your response. He just
Oho is just thinking about the concept of like the age of this kid, and in his mind, he's like thinking about Raul and him training when they were like 5.
yeah. So yeah,
Asses whooped.
this kid is like in his mid-20s.
Yeah, this is a different kind of breed. This is not.
And he made it to the elite Star Forces. Mm.
He wasn't. He wasn't part of the ISB's crew. The ISB took over of the Nullifier.
Yeah, that's right.
He was just stationed on the Nullifier originally, and his chain of command was supplanted with the ISB's officers.
I hate to kind of say this to ruin the narrative that was just put in there, but it does seem fitting that maybe Victor could use the triumph that he rolled to break the nose
I
to
have
help fix it.
That's true. We could roll.
I have 2, so I'll use 1.
Okay.
I was just looking at the blog. I was like, that is kind of fitting. Like, do so well.
That's fair. Okay. Yeah, we can roll that back. So, yeah, with that triumph, you cash it in, and you
I feel
don't
like
use the wrong tape.
I probably fix it, just not the way that he would expect. I
Yeah.
think it's just one of those things that it's like after many, many times of having to like put muscles and joints that have been like dislodged and like broken noses and things, like at this point he just has a way of like getting it done. Maybe he's not going to be the cleanest of fixings, but it'll feel like a fix to him, even though it wasn't the proper methods.
Right. Yeah, it's very rudimentary, very reminiscent of a first-time learner for proper medical treatment for fractures and whatnot. So, once he's able to get his own eyes on it, he's probably gonna be like, "Oh, what the fuck happened to my face?" But for the time being, while he's bound and blindfolded, and he feels like he did a pretty decent job for the given the circumstances. But yeah, the crew continues their journey in hyperspace for the next few days. Next 2 days, I should say. Is there anything that you would like to try and take care of during these 2 days? Mind you, if you are wounded, you do recover 2 points of wounds. Oho, you should be fully recovered from the medical treatment. However, Raul elected to heal naturally instead of taking treatment. So you get 2 wounds back during this travel. And is there any other side projects that anybody's trying to take on?
Yeah. You want me to roll some mechanical checks for the robot?
What are you trying to do?
Did we say yay or nay to jerry rigging an extra shoulder for the 2 arms?
So you want a 3rd arm on this droid?
Preferably 2 if we can fit it, but yeah.
So you want 4 arms?
Correct. But
Okay.
if we said no, I don't remember. That's why I'm asking.
I said it's good. It's a bit of an endeavor, and you're going to need a workshop for that.
Right. That's what you said. Okay. Then he's going to install. He's gonna install the personality first onto the droid.
Okay.
Nope, scratch that. We don't want. Yeah, because I don't remember what personality we got. He's gonna put the motivator on first.
Motivator's easy enough. That's difficulty check for installing droid parts. Genius Creations. Thank you. to Fantasy Flight for the special modifications
Oh yeah.
supplement book. Materials for not crafting droids we're installing. We need materials plus installment. There we go. Droid personality traits, spending. Droid directives, we don't need that. We need installation. Creation takes a couple days, so installation shouldn't take that long. Crafting, again, not what we're looking for. I think it's going to take a couple hours. Actually, no, not for the personality chips and motivators. Motivators, go ahead and make an easy, average mechanics check. How many parts are you looking to try and install?
The personality and the motivator, if that's pretty easy.
Those are, yeah, you're just interfacing or interacting with the motherboard on this droid, so yeah.
Yeah. Also, for a separate check, is going to try a jerry rig to add a hard point. That's for the
Okay.
whole time.
Okay. Yeah. Installation for the chips and the motivator, easy enough. That's actually a computer's check, and I'll call that an easy check. And then to do a hard point installation, that's definitely a hard check. Mechanics.
Since we are in hyperdrive and no one needs to be at the helm, technically, can I get Scuttle for a boost die?
Let me see what he's working with. He does not have any ranks in mechanics, so he cannot assist you with this check.
Very well. All right, flat roll. Here we go. And you said easy, right? That's
Yes, for the chips and motivator. Okay, that's a successful installation. I believe you got the arrogant template.
I believe so. Yes.
That sounds like me, because like it was arrogant, which was really cool, and then there was like the
mystery one.
yeah.
Which, did you grab that? Because that would be awesome to have.
Ooh, no. It wasn't the mystery thing. There were like two mystery
Unhinged.
Like, boost
That's
things.
what's up.
Unhinged is what I wanted to get, but we did not. So we went with arrogant, and then there were the mystery prize chips.
I'll also install those. So 4 things if possible.
So yeah, you install the arrogant personality trait. Abrasive, pessimistic, unhinged, reliable. Oh, and then the programming chip, which is the random positive work. Right?
You said
Correct.
mystery thing.
It was a random positive thing.
Yeah, and we got 2 of those.
Dose. They were like 25 credits a piece.
Add 1 positive personality trait randomly from this 3. Oh, so you got 3. Okay, 3 personality traits in total. Cool. Okay, we got to roll 2 D100s.
Okay. Polyhedral. 1, 2. Rolling the die.
That's 50. You also acquired the compassionate trait.
Arrogant and compassionate?
You have a Sundari robot.
I need 1 more roll, please.
Okay.
I'm gonna make sure that I help you out, baka.
2D1. 2D100s coming down the table. 150.
That's you roll 2 hundreds, not. Let's reduce that to a 9. Um,
Oh well, that's just supposed to roll 1d100 per check.
1d10 and 1d100.
Well, then.
But we can just convert that first one to 9. Oh shit! And then that would be 14 for this first one.
Correct.
So 14. That's instead a resourceful personality trait.
Arrogant and resourceful. Okay.
Arrogant, and resourceful, and then 69. 69.
Nice.
Well mannered.
Oh, I bet. With a number like 69.
Arrogant, resourceful, and well-mannered. So
Well-mannered.
it will insult you,
Yeah.
but in a politeful tone.
Well mannered comes from the number 69, but one might say that this droid is very reciprocal.
Indeed.
Interesting.
And then he will turn into a receptacle.
Heyo.
Container? Hello.
Was that-
Hang
I
on.
think that you did that before you started inserting like chips and stuff.
Well, I was tearing them apart so I could fine tune. I don't
you
know.
Tearing that up.
I don't know.
People play games with me.
You made a reliable, a resourceful, arrogant, and well-mannered droid. How interesting.
And compassionate.
No, compassion is off the table now.
Oh.
That
then.
was when I didn't realize that you rolled 200s.
Correct.
That being said, you got a droid on your hands now. Holy shit. Let me find a voice real quick for this guy.
Hello. Ooh,
Yes.
let's go with. Hello. Powering up. Beginning systems diagnostic. Motivation. Motivate is operating at 100% efficiency.
I was about to say, remember, we got to go for arrogant. I think you
Maybe.
got that here.
Motor functions operational.
Of course.
Weapon systems engaged. And
Engaged.
online. Now registering the master. Greetings, Organic. How are you, Fleshy Maidbag? What is your designation and function?
Rawl slices open his finger and puts it to the sensor so that he has a biological reading of him. You
Optical sensor is impacted.
Your code
That is-
designation is R3-PR, Reaper in regular jargon. I am your partner. We work together.
Understood. What is your designation and operation? And why is there lubrication based on my optical receptor?
It's a symbol of trust.
Right. I request that the lubrication be removed from my optical sensor as it decreases my efficiency by 5.3%.
Of course, sure. And wipes it. Look, apparently this droid still needs some work. And as for designation, you may simply be referred to me as Raw. That is fine.
Russian meatbag raw is now identified.
We can drop the fleshy meat bag. Just Raw. It's fine.
Squishy Organic Food prefers to be referred to as raw. Understood. Reaper is now ready and operational for your services. do suspect a thriving relationship between the two of us, as I am quite exquisitely built, and I look forward to squashing any mushy, squishy, organic wheat bags being cut.
For now, just run regular parameters and diagnostics. You are not quite ready for combat as of yet. However, that should be turning around shortly. For now, just standby mode.
Preparing to stand by any services before I revert to standby mode that you require. Foot massage, back rub.
No, I have another droid for that purpose, thanks. And then he just pushes the button to disconnect his vocal processors.
Master has no other droids. Baka.
This
Okay,
this guy likes to serve, but he also likes to insult.
That it's moving from tsundere to yandere vibes there, Kev. So,
I love it. All right, you got your droid functional and ready to begin obliterating organic meat bags. That's good. That's good. That definitely would have that would have only taken about an hour's worth of installation. Being careful with interacting with the motherboard of this droid and whatnot, making sure not to damage any components and whatnot, and ensuring proper installation.
do you need me to make a roll for jury rigged?
To increase its hard point roll, I believe it should have a check involved.
It just says choose one weapon, armor, or other item and give it a permanent improvement while it remains in use.
I believe that refers to a personal item. I don't think that applies to a droid. Let me
I mean,
double check.
it's an object. It's going to be in use forever.
Wow, it's an object.
Yeah.
2025, dude.
That's
I didn't
if it
install
specif-
the AI onto
if it-
it. yet, so.
If it refers to an object, then it's something that can be carried, not a droid.
Okay. Okay. Very well.
Yeah. If it says
no,
object,
sorry.
then yeah.
Sorry. No. That's the wrong box. May add is Tinkerer, not jury rigged. Tinkerer.
Weapon,
May add
armor, or
one
other
additional-
item. Tinkerer.
Mhm. May add one additional hard point to a number of items equal to ranks in Tinkerer.
Yeah, that still says items.
Item is so.
Is still the items is talking about items that you can carry, bud. It's
All right.
not. It's not a person, a creature, or a droid. Like with your speak binary, it specifies you can
That's
you
Just
get a boost eye. Yeah, get a boost eye talking to droids.
Never
I believe-
mind.
I noticed
I'm
that you
sh-
left ships off of the list of things that could be jury rigged.
Correct.
Oh, why would you leave that off?
You did it. You were like, no. It says item, which means that it can't be a
Well, that's what he
droid, a
typed out.
person, or a creature.
That's what he typed out. I was reading his ability.
That is verbatim what was given on the internet. So if the internet is wrong, please let me know.
Hang on. You said that the title of this is jury rigged?
Tinkerer for the hard point.
Tinkerer.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. He put items. Let's double check that. Just make sure that I'm not steering you wrong. Because if you're able to do it to droids, then that's I don't want to take that away from you.
Tinkerer talent specifies the character makes one piece of equipment more modifiable. They choose one piece of equipment and increase its number of hard points by one. You can only do this once per piece of equipment, but can modify a number of pieces of equipment equal to the ranks in Tinkerer. If they lose a modified piece of equipment, they may apply Tinkerer to a new one. So this
Yeah.
specifies
Equipment. Yeah.
equipment.
So I can modify a cybernetic going into something because it's an item.
Equipment, not item.
You could modify equipment of the droid, right? Like
Blasters.
if the droid has like a blaster or like a tool. Like
Yes.
you could modify the tool or the whatever thing the droid carries.
Yes.
But so like wrist mounted something.
Yeah,
Technically, yes.
like if you think of like R2D2's like lightning thingy or like the
Yeah.
Yeah.
or whatever, although you could enhance those things for the droid.
Yes.
It's not the droid, like the whole droid.
Yeah.
This is a new tree, so
Yeah. No worries. But yeah, you definitely want to make sure you're typing it out right, so that way you're not missing any potential good bits.
that what was said inside chat is not what was produced to me. So yeah, I have no idea.
Let me double check. I have it right here. But yeah, no.
Let me see. Outlaw.
But yeah. So yeah, you unfortunately won't be able to increase the droid's hard points, but you can install the parts, no problem. Okay. That's Rawl's endeavor. Anybody else have anything that they want to do? Otherwise, we can proceed to meeting with ISO 1.
Chav, do you have something?
Chav's going to double check the interior of the chip for the Northwind Chimera for any potential listening devices. Because the fact that he did not find any does not sit well with him.
All right, go ahead and make
I should
another.
have found a dummy one or something.
The very minimum, yeah.
I'll go ahead. I'll give you another check for sure. It's the same difficulty, hard difficulty. I think I said it was a challenge of 1 last time.
I get, what was it, 2 boost die for the scanner?
With the scanner is a perception check, I believe. Yeah, hard difficulty, challenge of 1, and then 2 boost die with the scanner.
Got it. I succeeded.
All right. You go over to your you go to scan specifically for listening devices, right?
Yeah.
Okay. You make your way throughout the entirety of the ship. Nothing seems to be coming up, but as you spend a good part of the day doing this before you finally relent and return back to the cockpit, and you just sit down with this defeated sigh for a moment. You let your arms dangle out at your side. The scanner in your right hand. As you wave past the center console, you suddenly get this momentary blip.
Slowly bring it back, kind of passing it over the same area.
As that catches your attention, you look over and you start waving your scanner over the various instruments on the center console until eventually you come up to your astrogation computer. And As you come up to the astrogation computer, you get bloop. You pass by, go back over. Bloop. Bloop. And you begin to pull out some of your tools and start carefully and delicately peel away at some of the trim that houses the astrogation computer. And inside one of the paneling, you find a device installed to the mainframe of that astrogation computer. One that appears to store information, not actively transmit information, but stores data. A USB drive of sorts in Star Wars. What do you do?
Is it rigged? Because Killbolt likes to give me things that are rigged to explode.
Give me a. How are you going about this? Are you physically going in and looking around for any type of implementations, or scanning for possible signatures? Or are you just using your eyes to try and determine whether or not there's some type of fail-safe systems in place?
I mean, all the above. Just being as careful as he can, going about any little thing that, is this thing gonna trip something if I just try to yank it out? Is it, is it built into this computer now? Am I gonna short out my nav computer if I do anything with this? Is it gonna blow up? So probably look at it first, maybe use a mirror to look around it, so that, because I imagine that I can't get my head all the way around.
Yeah.
See what's going on there, pass over it again with the scanner. Anything that I can try to do there. And if it seems like I can yank this thing out, I'll give it a shot. For the first time using the mechanical Dianoga that I bought back before the Cloud
Car race. Okay. Go ahead and give me. This would be a mechanics check. Make it a hard difficulty to ascertain whether or not this device has any types of fail-safes implemented into it.
And do I get boost eyes for the scanner?
Yes, sir.
And what is the difficulty?
Hard.
No challenge?
Not this time, no. Ooh.
We are skating by, gentlemen.
As you look over the device, it seems to be it seems to be attached externally, not a physical, not a permanent installation, but something that was meant to be installed quickly in case there was some way of. It wasn't designed to be invasive. It was just designed to be a quick installation. You get a sense that should you try to remove the device, there shouldn't be any concern as to whether or not it would destroy your ship. However, you don't know whether or not the device itself is designed to take itself out.
Itself. All right, I'm gonna pull it out.
Okay. Go ahead and give me a coordination check. Just kidding.
I'd happily make a coordination check.
Which hand are you using?
The
Which one do you
mechanical
not care
diagnoga.
about?
The mechanical diagnoga.
Does it have an arm to it, or?
Basically, it's like if you've ever seen like arthroscopic surgery, the thing where like you kind of put your fingers in one end and then you're moving very tiny implements so that it can kind of fit into smaller places to help with like repairs for ships, computers, things like that.
Okay. All right. Cool. Perfect. You.
But piloting that with the right hand, which is his cybernetic one.
Okay. Go ahead and give me a coordination check. Are you
Great.
being careful about it, or are you just ripping it out?
Oh yeah, I mean I'll be careful about it.
Okay. Yeah, then go ahead and give me a coordination check. Average difficulty.
Average difficulty. The Dianoga removes 2 setback die.
No setbacks in place.
Well, I have one for wearing my what's it called?
Training weights?
Yeah. So I'm gonna get rid of that. Yeah.
All right, you succeed. All right, you reach out through with this device. It clamps carefully onto the edges of this device and gently pluck away. As it begins to retract, to return to your to remove itself from the confines of the inner workings of the nav computer. The device is there now, just right in your grasp.
Okay. I'm gonna put it in my smuggler's hold,
Okay. Very well.
just in case while we're on ISO 1, if anybody comes snooping around, they're not just gonna see Imperial tech laying around.
Nice. Okay. You stashed it away for the time being, after coming to a conclusion that it should be safe to stow, as there's no visible components that indicate any type of danger. And you continue your journey, reassured that you found something from the ISB. And yeah, you guys continue your journey to the other side to the destination of Devoran. Is at this point, we'll go ahead and take a quick 5-minute break to resituate ourselves, hydrate, so on and so forth, grab a snack. But don't go anywhere, as the rest of this journey is to be diced. Hello, and welcome back, all you wonderful 2B Dicers. Sorry, I was reading something for a second. Let's go ahead and get back to the scene, shall we?
If I can, really quick, just to piggyback on a thing. After discovering this device, just in case if this was SOP, Chav would pass the information of the device and where he found it on his ship to Oho and Rawl to see if they are similarly tracking all 3 ships. And since he has the retrofitted hangar bay, he's also going to check out the M12L.
Gotcha. Okay. With this newly aroused suspicion of possible monitoring of the fleet's vessels, the crew endeavors to inspect their respective vehicles to ensure that monitoring is either isolated just to the Nothwin, or if they've implemented monitoring devices on the other ships as well. So at this time, I'm going to need a separate, what do we do? Perception check from everybody. Hard difficulty, challenge of 1.
Do they get boost dice for me kind of pointing them in the right direction?
I'll give you everybody 1 boost die, yes. But Chav, I believe you have your own boosts that you are able to apply.
Yeah, I have scanner.
Mm-hmm.
Hard difficulty, challenge of 1. Got it. And this is for I'm doing it for the M12.
Correct.
Damn.
What check is this for?
Perception to see if there is a recording device on, for you, the VCX's nav computer.
After Chav had confirmed that his was being monitored.
I still have the 1 boost die, but I wouldn't have a second one because I wouldn't be wearing the goggles. Let's go for it.
All right.
You said what difficulty?
Hard, and a challenge rating of 1.
I have 1 advantage left over.
Hell yeah. Good job, Oho.
Rawl, you do not find anything on your ship. Oho. You find one that's been rudimentarily implemented. They didn't have as much time as they did with the Nothwin to disassemble the nav computer panels to implement it internally. So you find it attached to some loose cabling underneath the main console that lead up to the nav computer.
I think I immediately, as soon as I get it, I reach through the comms to let Chav and Rawl know. And I think I go, I found one. Doesn't seem like they were able to take the time to put it properly. But I am going to assume that they attempted to do this with all our ships.
DM, Scuttle's been on the VCX the entire time. Can I check to see if he's been tampered with? Because otherwise, Rawl's going to ask if he saw anybody come on the ship to put things on that wasn't allowed.
Give me... This would be a mechanics check.
While he's doing that with Oho confirming, hey, I found one too, and I didn't find one on the M12, can I use a force token to upgrade my ability die and potentially generate the 1 success that I would need?
You can have my triumph if Listen allows it, since I am the one also relaying the information.
I would say save it because they didn't have enough time to try and implement one on the M12. It's
Okay.
too small. They would have been more focused on the larger ships.
Fair. 2 successes, 3 advantages for mechanics check.
Okay. All right, you succeed. You wouldn't find any temperament to the droid. It seems to be left alone for the most part.
Scuttle, would you be so kind as to scrub through your logs and see if there's any unauthorized people, namely those of us not of Core Atlas, aboard this ship when we were upon the nullifier?
Roger, roger.
And with that, Scuttle processes the request and let's see. Let's have him do a perception check. Retroactive. Okay.
Take it.
No.
The droid does not seem to recall anybody boarding the ship during his time on vessel.
I know that that's just the soundbite, but why you gotta sound suspicious?
Right. No. Are you
Scuttle.
sure, Scuttle? Can you double check again? Scuttle, run diagnostics upon the ship. Ensure that there is no backlog programs in the ship's code, both for navigation and for control.
Roger, roger.
All right. So, what exactly are you trying to achieve here?
Essentially, like, there's no like an extra 0 that would reroute like location data to a node somewhere, or a background code that's running in the back processes that would control the ship or anything like that. That makes sense. Can I give him a boost since I'm more knowledgeable than the robot in computers?
That's not gonna get you 3 successes.
Scuttle doesn't seem to be able to come up with anything. Mind you, this is a B1 series battle droid. He's not exactly equipped to handle such endeavors, but with his observation of the ship and your instructions, he does not seem to come up with anything that would warrant this the concerns that you've been presented with. You get a sense that if there was any implementations made, it could possibly be on the external of the ship, as they didn't have much time to do a thorough or a concise implementation of these devices. on all the ships at one time, and you get a sense that they would, if they're going to put these devices on, they're not going to put them all in the same spot on in case of in the off chance that one should be discovered. So for the time being, you gotta.
There's no other place to look.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, until we land, I can do a full search of the place. That's what we got. And he's gonna relay that information over to the boyos, and yeah. As soon as we land and dock with Isotech, depending on facilities there, I might run a full check over all the ships. Might take some time, but if we are going into a war zone, it might behoove us to try and do this. And of course, I'm sure Isotech will help, as it is their ship.
Right. Make it so.
One universe.
All right.
Godspeed.
Okay. So is that by this point in time, it's been about 2 days travel as you guys make your approach and decelerate from hyperspace and enter into sublight drive. And there, the planet of Deveron, there we go, appears before you.
Chav is going to change.
I thought you already changed before takeoff.
Yes, now I'm changing back because I don't want to be rolling up on Isotech in Imperial Navy garb.
Oh, I thought you changed out of your uniform on
No,
takeoff.
he put it on to fly. Because it gives boosts.
Gives it boosts.
Oh, okay. Good to know. So yeah, you switch back into your regular clothes. During this time, are you guys landing on Deveron, or are we waiting for ISO 1 to arrive?
Well, landing. If they're not here already, then yeah, we're gonna. Raw's gonna say land, so we can go ahead and get this full body check going for everything.
Yeah, you guys had a shorter distance to travel comparatively to ISO 1, but relatively the same arrival time. So you get a sense that may be here for a couple hours before ISO 1 does arrive.
Plus, we need to have our chat with Dr. Delaney.
That as well. Yes.
All right. So you guys make your descent down to the planet of Deveron?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Are you guys making a concerted effort to land at a spaceport, or are you guys just going to pick a general clear landing space to all convene and go from there?
Do we
An
know
isolated area.
the alignment of this planet?
Deveron is the home planet of the Deveronians.
Oh, Dove's people. This should be great.
There are cities all over the planet, but there are isolated pockets all throughout where you could land safely or land in unpopulated areas. It's a temperate tropical planet, lots of deep valleys, low mountains, and jungles. So plenty of areas to land in an isolated area where you can have reasonable cover, be out of the public eye.
Would it be possible if Rawl could roll a force die to see if he remembers Dove's hometown?
No, because she never mentioned it.
Okay. Never. Never mind. Probably a
I would have said
small
yes if
city.
she had, but I know for a fact she has never said where she's from.
Probably a small city, not one of the bigger ones then, Rawl would suggest, just because it would look suspicious if 3 giant ships entered orbit and then just landed in the middle of nowhere, did not announce themselves. We don't want, a bunch of, but we don't want to land directly in the city either. So,
I would say, me specifically, I probably pulled out of hyperspace earlier. Like, like I wouldn't like just jump, like appear and then keep piloting because of the nature of my ship. So I would have probably figured out, in that last hour, try to figure out like navigation passages so that I'm not like going straight into a city, but rather like traveling,
Mapping your
like
trap.
kind of like orbiting nearby until I find like a good area that it's like not the populated section of the planet.
Yeah. All right. So you're picking a more isolated town to take a breather at.
With an Imperial shuttle, yes.
Yeah. Let's go ahead and let's make this a knowledge skill. Let's do, where is Devron located in terms of the galaxy? And that is just outside the core worlds. So, Coruscant. No, it's in the same ring as Coruscant, which is considered core world. So make a average core world intelligence check. Pick a nice and isolated location to land at.
preferably Rebel Moon village vibes.
Knowledge skills are not my thing. So that's the no.
Is this a isolated check, or can the rest of us make this check as well?
I would say I would want to bring everyone into this because we need to all land together, or like
That's true.
We do need to meet physically. So
Yeah.
whoever has a knowledge about where to land or a better way to perceive, by all
I have
means.
one extra ability die in core
Could-
worlds. That's it.
Could I talk you into Chav making an underworld check if there is anywhere on Devron that would make sense for a smuggler to make an exchange?
Okay.
I'll take that one too.
I like it when you think outside the box. Chab, go ahead and make that check for me. Same difficulty.
Which was
Average.
no challenge.
No challenge. This is just basic knowledge of the planet.
Nope. Never been to Devron.
Okay.
Damn.
Oh my god, it's the same exact fucking check as Oho, my god. Okay.
You don't want to see if I can make it.
Go ahead, by all means.
All right, let's see.
You
Here we
can't
go.
do any worse. You can't make anything else bad happen.
I mean, I certainly could. Damn.
Wait,
What
can
the
I
hell?
attempt the Underworld though? Because I did something else. What was it? Core Worlds?
I did core world as well, and I got a failure. So we all don't know anything about Daveron.
My Underworld one gives me 2 successes. Core Worlds failure. Underworld, yes.
You know what? I'll give it to you because there is a rebel base here on this planet.
You don't say.
Oh wait, this is New Republic. New Republic, not the rebel outpost. Sorry, my bad. I read that wrong.
How dare you?
My bad.
Giving me hope like that.
Devron New Republic outpost. Yeah, that's it could, let's take a look at it. Maybe it was there before the Republic. Outpost was located on the jungle planet during the Clone Wars. Oh shit!
It's been there.
It's been there.
Mhm.
Mhm.
It existed in conjunction with the Temple of Edith, a Jedi temple that served as a separate Republic outpost.
Well, hot shit.
Well, hello, Devron. How you doing? How you doing?
Damn, Devron.
Okay, I'll give
Damn,
that to
damn.
you.
Howdy.
You- I'm going to leave it to you. Describe how you would have had past interactions with this planet during your time with the Rebel Alliance.
Actually, now that you mention it as you mention it, the way that this comes to my mind is Oho and Raul did many adventures and missions and tasks with the rebels, but there were certain missions that made them more concerned than others. And it wasn't because of the level of difficulty of the mission, but of the things that were around the mission, i.e., Jedi helping the rebels
Mhm.
because of their Force abilities and whether or not they would sense the Force presence within Raul and Oho. And I think that there's a chance that during their time working for the rebels and needing to relay information, Oho and Raul were tasked with doing a drop, and they did their best to make sure that this drop was like, I'm gonna drop this and then we get the fuck out. Like it was just if we could have dropped the thing from the sky and just be like, I hope you catch it, and just keep driving, like just keep flying, we probably would have. And there is a chance that there could have been a moment where like a Jedi may have sort of like turned our direction as we were dropping it, and it was that thing of they're looking and we're just like pretending it's fine, and maybe they try to like struck conversation with us and we're just trying to be the, just serving the rebellion, doing our part, blah blah blah, and maybe we never saw them again because Order 66.
I like it.
So my thoughts in the same vein, but one caveat: it's a dropping off supplies, food, and whatnot, but also escorting possibly a Jedi candidate from that planet to another. Depends on how long that temple's been there. Let's say that.
It's been there since the Clone Wars, so
I think if possible, Oho would have attempted to avoid us running a mission like that. I think Oho would have attempted to avoid anything Force related.
direct interaction with the
Yeah.
with Force sensitives.
He would have, yeah, like Force anything Force related. I think Oho would have been like, we can't, like that's like fine, either unless we had no other choice. But I think also it's like we were not like the trustworthy heroes. We were the sort of like volatile guys anyway. So it's like I doubt that someone would have entrusted us with the potential future of the Force.
Yeah.
Well,
you guys worked in tandem alongside, not alongside directly, but along with the Pathfinders, which is a rebel special forces group. Wait, no, this is Pathfinders is Rebellion. You guys would have worked in tandem with the Republic Special Forces clones.
so Troop 105, aka
Wait.
the Wolves.
No, wait, no, I'm remembering wrong because that was sorry, that was 30 years ago. We're talking about 4 years ago with the Rebels. So yeah, no, you're working alongside the Pathfinders during this time. So sorry, went too far back. You guys were kids at that time.
We were still slaying bodies, but
So yeah, during that point in time, the temple had been decommissioned because Palpatine was aware of it, its operations. So that was one of the initial raid points of the 501st and whatnot. So
now instead of it being a temple, now it's a rebel base. Understood. Cool.
no, it's an abandoned Jedi temple because it's been ransacked by the Empire.
Awesome.
So that being the mindset, you immediately have a isolated location that you could land with that information in mind, realizing that there's a former Republic outpost here on the planet that could potentially serve as a temporary hideout while you guys do what it is you need to do.
I think that after we get to the orbit, we jump out of hyperspace. Everybody's like trying to figure out where do we land? Nobody's getting anything. And then there's just that moment where just through the comms, he doesn't even communicate. He just sends the coordinates, and he knows that Raul will recognize the coordinates the moment he sees them. And he just proceeds to take the long way to get to that spot, just to make sure that he's avoiding getting too close to the city or like the populated areas as he's approaching the planet.
Yes. Okay. Let's go ahead and get a general stealth check from everybody as you guys make your approach. I know the what's it called? The Nothuan has its ability to change transponder codes now, thanks to the ISB, or just turn them off entirely. Actually, all ships should, have the ability to turn off the transponder codes. It's just a matter of flying without detection.
I think that I just turned it off for this one.
Okay. So yeah, everybody go ahead and give me a general stealth check as you're flying with your respective vehicles. I'm going to call this a hard difficulty.
Could I talk you into a piloting check?
It is a pilot. No, it's a stealth. You know how to make flying stealthily is a new experience, but not like in the sense of you don't know how to do it. You've had some stealth missions when during your time with rebel forces, so low signature entry, immediately dropping from high elevation to low elevation usually gets you off the radar quickly. So yeah, this would be Chav. You could also do a piloting check if you think you could fly fast enough to avoid detection.
If you were to follow the chess game movement that certain pilot did for you.
Listen, Mother, yeah, I got it. Okay.
Cool.
Saying.
Actually, now, because now there's 4 triumphs on the board, ladies and gentlemen.
Are we? So is this piloting planetary or piloting space?
You're piloting a space vehicle, so that would be piloting space.
Okay, and what's the difficulty? I'm sorry.
Hard.
Just hard. Okay. Here we go.
Oh, all right. I need you guys to chill out with the triumphs.
No.
Okay.
No compromise. Just no.
So, Oho and Raul, you guys have your special forces experience with the rebellion, knowing how to make a combat drop into an environment, avoiding detection by quickly descending and finding finding valleys or culverts to fly through, and doing so expeditiously. Chav, however, not really keen on trying to be stealthy, but not, I guess, not experienced in staying stealthy. But if you fly fast enough, you can usually avoid detection pretty quickly. and you just fucking sky bomb. This massive freighter just diving at breakneck speeds, and yeah, you guys so far you guys managed to avoid any type of detecting equipment. You may appear on the radar as blips for a moment before it drops off and be easily dismissed as anomalies, radar anomalies and whatnot.
To be fair, I should have had one setback die because of the handling on the Chimera, but I think I'm still gonna pass. Oh
Yeah.
no, it's a failure. So 4 failures or four successes rather.
Yeah, it's still you still did good. And eventually, utilizing the canyons and the river saddles as cover, you guys eventually arrive to this desecrated Jedi temple that oversees the valley. It appears as you make your approach, this temple sits on a mountain slope overlooking the valley. Off in the distance, you can see a nearby city that's several miles off. The temple overlooks it directly, but you utilize the natural terrain as means of cover for your approach, and you land at the landing pads that the temple has quickly and quietly, and you find yourselves at a pretty isolated and temperate location.
Before disembarking, I want to do a cursory scan. Actually, we're at a Jedi temple, right? We should be fine. It's not a Sith temple. I'm gonna
That you
utilize
know.
my sensibility to see if there's any life in the area. 2, also, I want to make sure, does the temple look maintained? Does it look like someone has been coming back here periodically to like cut away the shrubbery and things around doorways and stuff like that?
Yeah, there's moderate foliage growth that has overtaken the temple. So you would have to cut your way through, just make a easy path and whatnot, but nothing
Okay.
overwhelming.
Okay. So I'm gonna see if I can actually even utilize my ability. There's one light side. Going to use. Where's my sense tree? Boom. Yeah, okay. Yeah, just going to sense the general vicinity around the ships, around the landing pad to see if there's any life. It's a lot of noise. 3 hot ships coming in. It's a lot of noise, so I'm assuming someone would come to investigate if they had been around. And yeah, he's just gonna do that. He's gonna sense out there.
Gotcha. Okay, go ahead and make a perception check with your force die. You got 1 light side token, light side point generated with this check. Now you just need to do the perception check with a average difficulty.
Oh, average. Okay. Boop.
Okay. I'm going to kill you guys if you don't stop rolling triumphs.
It's 6 now. Yeah, any life other than the random birds that I'm hearing now?
Extend your senses out to perceive any forms of life out in the vicinity. With that light sight point generated, that makes it 3 successes. You detect some variations of life in the immediate vicinity. Let me see what you would find. Takate, a type of gold-feathered bird that can be found on the planet. That's what you're hearing at the moment. And then a hapabore off down in the river, down below. A massive gray omnivorous mammal. Currently drinking by the river. And then you find some insects and a pack of picaron. Or herd, I should say, of picaron. That live on the planet as well. Valued for their skin and teeth, which would fetch considerable prices in the black market, since the Galactic Empire had forbidden the hunting of picaron. They have a crown of horns akin to Zabrax. They're herbivore creatures. Prey animals.
Are they sacred to my knowledge?
Sacred, not necessarily, but they are protected by the Galactic Empire.
By the Empire. I don't care about the Empire. Okay. Cool. He's going to radio over to the other 2 ships. I just did a check, both of the force and technological wise. Seems, other than the flora and fauna, we are alone here.
Let's try to be as cautious as possible also with the force.
You have a point, but we have these gifts for a reason, brother.
I know. We will use them. Thank you. Let's just stay alert. Let's meet outside the ships and speak. I think I'd rather do it not inside any of the ships that we have found devices. Until I am entirely sure and comfortable with all these ships, I don't want to have full conversations in them.
Cav will exit the Chimera and he will lock it up and go to the meeting point.
Right, Reaper. I guess it's time to test your motor skills. Let's say we take a little bit of walk around the ship, shall we?
The droid, as it powers up, registers your command.
What a joyous day. As I mark that the 6th day of month 3 is the launching day of my operation, the day that I grace this insignificant planet with my first operative directive.
Are you asking for a birthday?
The infatuation with one's birth does not quite entice this unit. I am just saying bear witness to my superior design.
That remains to be seen. Let's see if you can handle the gravity outside. And opens the gangplank and descends from the ship.
You guys make your way outside to the exterior of the ships onto the surface of the ruins of the Jedi Temple. It is 10 a.m. currently on the planet of Deveron. Thanks to Reaper's notification, you now know that it is the 6th day of the 3rd month of the Galactic Standard calendar, which makes it a Tao's Day. Am I saying that correct? Can you double check my calendar here?
You made the calendar, Tarzan. You're
There
the
we
god
go.
of this calendar.
The days of the week, there we go, is Tong's Day. Sorry, not Tao's Day, Tong's Day. Like Tauntaun, but with a G. So Tong's Day, day 6, 3rd month. And with now 4 of you convene on the surface of the landing pad of this abandoned Jedi temple. Well, you have a droid with you now.
Mhm. And our compatriot.
Oh,
Our
he's
captive.
he's detained on the shuttle, unless Oho decides to bring him out with him.
Kid? Oh yeah, the kid's not coming out yet. Because I need to have this conversation first with you. I think when he comes out, there's a part of him that feel like his hand sort of wiggles a little bit. Because part of him in the past, when he would be doing this, he would have his rifle and his scope to like scan the area. And it is like a moment of he feels his body wanting to do just by instinct, by intuition, to do the thing of like reaching for the rifle and like putting and trying to like see if he can see anything, and then remembering that it's not there. But eventually he sort of dismisses that thought and goes to meet the group. I think when he sees them and sees Rawl with the droid, he takes a moment to look at the droid and looks at Rawl, and he just goes, "Safe?"
For now. He's got basic processes and no weapons, so I mean, I wouldn't recommend a fist fight with him.
Very well.
Well, is this fleshy Reedbag a friend of yours?
Ah, yes. Designations and introductions. And he will start with Oho. This is my brother. Should I fall in battle, this is your second master.
The extremely squishy organic matter of the structure of the face of the now second designated master.
Nope. That is something between you and I.
What is between you, me, and you?
Oh, the oh, I thought you were talking about the blood. My bad. And then repeat your question because
No question. He was just he was taking in the organic structure, the organics structure, face structure, and registering it in his memory bank.
Okay.
Just for clarification, this droid does not have a means of bio scanning. You have a assassin droid, not a medical droid.
He doesn't have any kind of sensor on him at all.
He has optical sensors that allows him to.
That
see.
is it.
Yeah, no bio scanners. That's for medical droids.
Got it. Okay. Yeah. Continuing on with introductions. This is our resident pilot expert, as he likes to call himself, Chav Visto.
It's more than what I like to call myself. It's certifiable fact. I have receipts.
He also likes to call himself Captain, and yes, we can workshop his designation job title.
I haven't referred to myself as captain in a very long time. And I'm only starting again now that I am back captaining my ship.
I see.
Understood. The squishy golden organic meat bag is. Please bear witness the two squishy meaty organics that I am actually designated by my fleshy squishy organic master, Rollin, as Reaper. I will be your superior fighting force on the battlefield.
Sounds about right to me.
It's a work in progress.
Clearly.
Yeah. So where is this stowaway?
Still aboard the ship. I didn't want to have the first conversation in front of him or inside of any of the ships. You heard the conversation, at least Chap did, that I had with Kilbolt. I believe that my approach was successful, although I am quite sure that his distaste for me will continue to increase. Not that I expected otherwise.
Considering that he has us by the balls, quite literally, almost. Don't think our like value with him is going to raise any further.
Indeed, I let him know this very much. So, the reason why I brought you outside first is because I have not relayed any information of my story of what he's supposed to be doing with us to the kid. He only knows that he joined, he snuck aboard, I knocked him out, I secured him, and that is all that he knows so far. So once we go inside and we address and speak to him, let's refrain from releasing any information to him until we have all reconvened outside and come up with a determination about him.
All right.
Jeff just kind of like gestures like, after you.
Then Oho starts walking past for a moment, sort of looks at the droid. Perhaps we can keep the droid checking the perimeter?
I will turn to Reaper. Reaper, please case the establishment inside. Ensure that the premises is indeed vacant, and if there are any functioning tools or items inside.
Have a wonderful use of my programming and directives. Sent on a measly reconnaissance mission. I'm sure that it will prove to be quite effective.
Consider
Your
this
wish
your,
is my command.
consider this your first walking test for motor skills. Very easy. Shouldn't be able to fail.
I do hope my superior design of bipedal movement does not fail me now. Oh, what shall I ever do?
I rebuilt you.
Did
I
Raul
can take you
just-
apart again.
just made a guy robot? Whatever shall I do? Also saw the guy who feels it sneezes somewhere in the galaxy.
We got a pretty fun personality droid. I like this droid a lot.
It's perfect. Yeah. sends him on his way. He's gonna give Oho kind of like a look, like, do we want to do our normal interrogation tactics that we have employed in the past?
I think Oho has a moment when he looks at you and he just goes, let's just we don't need to go too hard on this kid, but we need to make him understand. I think what I care the most is making sure that there's enough pressure for him to not have the opportunity to lie. However, there's no point in us being so harsh that then his first impulse of coming to truly be of service to be reversed.
Well, that remains to be seen, and he can't lie to me.
I'm counting on it. And Oho goes ahead and leads the group onto the ship.
Mhm.
Chav, if you have any of those scanners to have a quick assessment of the hangar bay as well, where the kid is, to make sure that maybe if there's anything else to listen to.
Absolutely. And Chav pulls out his scanner and does a check of the T3C shuttle.
As you make your way on board, you can hear Jarvis Delaney, or Petty Officer Delaney, secured inside. Hello? I really need to use the restroom. The refresher I need to pee really bad. Hello?
Maybe you
Chav
should have.
ignores.
Yeah.
Go ahead and make your perception check with the scanner. Again, hard difficulty with challenge of 1.
Yeah. We got a success.
You would think that, but that's when your battery shorts out. Despair
what?
cashed in.
I didn't get a despair.
I had a despair that I saved.
That's rude. Who said that you could do this? Wait, that's not in the script.
Hold up the giant tome. Wait a minute.
Just kidding. The diagnostic or the scanner doesn't short out, but I am cashing it in to cancel out that success.
Can I use it to give him 1?
No.
It's a despair. Yeah.
Can we cash in 6? No, I'm kidding.
So this failure is going to take place. Yeah, you scan. You do a quick sweep. Nothing's turning up.
Fuck.
Trust me, I wanted to save the despair for something a little more impactful, but I don't think we're going to get to it today, so I'm cashing it in now.
Alrighty, let's do something crazy. Let's cash in all 3 force tokens and 6 triumphs. I'm gonna shoot the renegade pistol into the sky and hope to hit Emperor Palpatine.
Send it on its way. It will get there when it gets there. Rawl, noticing that your scanner is on the fritz, shorting out, whatever have you.
No, it's not shorting out. I was just joking, but I cashed in the despair to just cancel out the success.
So he doesn't find anything.
Nothing's showing up now.
Okay.
Mainly due to the fact that I don't want to derail this last bit to scanning a ship. Basically, I'm telling you, there's nothing there.
But we haven't. Rawl hasn't cased the entire place yet, so we don't know. We just know that it's not the troop bay. Either way,
I just wanted to get to the interrogation scene. That seems more fun to me.
Can
So,
I even,
probably- Yeah.
after finding out there is no listening devices, I would like to pass the scanner over Petty Officer Delaney a few times. and if I can, after first couple passes, when I'm aiming it at his head, I'm hoping that I can like click a button to have it make a noise, as if it was detecting something.
Oh, interesting. Is there a deception check? Yes, there is. Give me a deception check.
You know, that thing I've been asking to roll in every social situation.
Quite literally, yes.
What are you giving me for difficulty?
Average difficulty with a challenge of 1.
I really don't care if I pass or fail in this moment, because if I fail, it's just even funnier. There's
Oh, shit.
And you do in fact fail.
No, sorry, I was looking at Rawls. Cool. It's just 3 ability dice, so it's just a hard difficulty.
So you just roll the whole thing again?
No, even if you do change the 2, you still fail. Never mind.
Okay.
So
even with a failure, that like even if there's a beep that he's not buying.
I mean, you do have a bunch of triumphs saved up at this fucking point, and we're nearing the end of our section, so you could cash them in.
Right. One of those is mine. I'm cashing it in.
Okay. By this point, so what the rest of you see is this younger gentleman by the name of Jarvis Delaney, as you've been informed by Oho. He's a not Jarvis. There we are. He's a 5'11" kid with short brown militaristic cut, brown hair, brown eyes, fair skin, athletic build. He seems a little disgruntled about his current situation or condition, but he seems to be patient and waits expectantly. But as you pass over the scanner and he can hear the scanner functioning, he starts to get a little tense as he's. How would you have positioned him? Is he sitting sprawl with his hands restrained above his head? How are you trying to did you keep him in a uncomfortable position for this journey?
I mean, it would have been uncomfortable in the sense that it would have been like if there's like an area where I could have put his arm around a thing to make sure that it's not just the binds, but also there's a physical limitation.
Okay.
But it probably would have also helped because of the tube or the metal. If you would have just let his body hang, he can rest. It doesn't need to always keep it.
Okay.
So it's uncomfortable, but it's not like the work.
So there's these troop seats on the outer walls of these transports, and there's some handles that you could restrain them to, or poles that run from floorboard to ceiling, and you restrain him to that. So he's able to stay seated, but he's restrained up against this pole. Can't really get too comfortable in his seat. Granted, there's no padding on these things; it's just cargo netting and poles. So he was able to rest, but not in the most comfortable state. So he is a little in a stressed condition. So I'll say this: he does react to the sudden blip from the scanner a little worriedly, and again he's blindfolded, so he can't see who's in front of him. Hello, who's there?
Oh, you got more things to worry about than that. Don't panic there, but that beep is detecting something not great.
What do you mean?
You heard you came from the nullifier. You have any real nights where you woke up just soup or groggy, like somebody had hit you over the head?
No. I went to officer training school. They usually leave that type of training to the grunts, the foot soldiers.
Well, that's all well and good. Oh, that means that they're kind of getting sneakier with these Cortex bombs.
Cortex bombs.
Oh yeah, nice little implant that they kind of shoot kind of right up your nose, actually. So it's a good thing that wasn't set off in your little altercation earlier.
I'm going to need another deception check. This is going to be contested against his understanding of medicine.
Okay.
So that is a daunting difficulty with a challenge of 3.
Daunting difficulty, challenge of 3. Okay. I'm gonna fail.
You watch as his demeanor shifts. If you're trying to suggest a cortex bomb was implanted into my skull, that requires a more invasive procedure that I would be fully aware of. I would have to undergo that. The procedure requires a surgical insertion through the cranial skull. It does not go through the nasal cavity. There's too many obstructions in blood vessels in the nasal cavity that could cause irreparable damage and could potentially result in a bleed out.
You think that I'm bluffing? I mean, this thing just downloaded the command phrase and everything.
So I am a trained medical professional.
No, it says it right here. Long live Emperor Palpatine.
Jeff. Like at that point, Oho just kind of approaches the kid, crouches in front of him, and removes the blindfold.
Ah, shucks. And Jeff stands up, puts the scanner away, and everything. I thought it was funny.
Rawl's just in the doorway, leaned against it, just arms crossed, trying to look as menacing as possible.
What is this? What do you want?
This is the moment where we tell and figure out whether or not you are telling the truth, or whether or not we need to figure out a way to solve this problem. I'll start from the beginning. Your name.
Petty Officer Jarvis Delaney.
And you said you're from Coruscant, Jarvis Delaney.
Yes, I went to medical training at the University of Coruscant at the behest of my father. And after the events of the destruction of the first Death Star, I knew that my calling was to serve the Empire against the rebel atrocities that were committed that day.
So the destruction of a planet destroyer made you feel as though you wanted to serve the people who had built a planet destroyer.
Alderaan was a necessary sacrifice. The Emperor said so.
If Coruscant were to be a necessary sacrifice, would you be there ready to push the button?
Coruscant is the capital of the Empire. He would never do that.
Why not?
There would be no seat of the Empire.
You can put a chair on any planet, bud. I'm sure people said, ain't no way that Alderaan's going to get dusted.
Look, I'm not saying what happened to Alderaan was something I agreed with. But the things that the rebels have done to innocent people, it can't be ignored.
The things that the rebels have done, huh? Oho removes his jacket and then he pulls off his shirt, takes it off, revealing the lightsaber scars.
You didn't discuss this with Rawl? Rawl isn't gonna stop you. However, you can definitely feel the presence behind you shift uncomfortably as he's now unfolded his arms and kind of took a step closer. And brother, you think this is wise?
Oho sort of like raises a hand and looks at you. He doesn't say anything, but he's looking at you in that like, I know what you're trying to tell me. Trust me on this. It's that like, I promise I'm not like attempting to go full on. Just, like he wants you there. He wants you policing him as you're doing. He just wants you to also like let him allow a little bit of this.
What does this mean? You got severe scar tissue, burns, lost 10% of your body, carbon scoring, reminiscent of blaster fire, but those burns, I've never seen anything like that before. What are you showing me?
I'm showing you something that was not done by the rebels, but by people who serve the Empire. I told you before on the ship, kid, there are only atrocities because you are on the other side. And sure, both sides have taken the lives of husbands, wives, sisters, brothers. But as far as I can tell, there's only one side that actually was determined and at ease with eliminating an entire planet with people still there.
I already took a great risk deserting my post. I told you I wanted to help. What more do you want from me?
I need to know why you want to help. If you were able to decide that you could join an empire capable of destroying an entire planet because you thought the atrocities of the other side were bigger, we need to make sure that you're not going to come up to that conclusion once again. So why are you here?
Chev will sort of reinforce the idea that O's kind of had and kind of bring it back to what happened to Alderaan. He's just going to say there was over 2 billion people living on Alderaan. Now, are you certain that every single one of those 2 billion people was a rebel?
No, I'm not.
What about the children?
I told you already, I don't fully agree with the Empire and
Yeah,
their decision. I've had my disillusions with the Empire, just like many others. But the way you spoke back on the Nullifier, you gave me a sense of clarity that I haven't had since the day I decided to join the Empire. But that clarity has been fogged with the subterfuge of the command structure the sudden shift in command. I'm just a lowly petty officer. The Empire has done terrible things. I can admit that. I'm just looking to put myself in the path that feels right. And that path led me to the ship. Guided by the words that you told me.
I think Goho just looks at the other Chav and Rawl.
I must confess there's another reason. I didn't know he was part of your crew. And he points to Chav.
What about him?
I was part of the medical team that implanted a surgical bomb in his head. As he says that, both Rawl and in Oho, you get 100% conviction in those words.
Sorry, did he just say implanted?
Correct. Yes.
The bomb that Chav just tried to lie to Jarvis about, he just confirmed that he witnessed Chav getting that bomb.
Mm-hmm.
Look behind his left ear. You'll see scar tissue. It is very minimal. It's designed to be hard to detect, but that was the entry point for the Cortex bomb. That's why I did not believe a word of that he said about my being having one.
As he is speaking, as soon as he said the word bomb in head, Raw was already at Chav's head, inspecting his ear, rubbing his finger along to make sure.
Oho is just looking at the kid, then looks at Chav, and then like looking at Chav, then sort of looks at the scanner, sort of like urging Chav to actually do the thing that he was faking to do, but on himself, for real.
I don't know if the scanner will it's a general purpose scanner. I don't know if it actually would work.
You need more. You need a stronger medical scanner to pull off something like that.
In that case, I'd say I'm just keeping an eye on Rawl as Rawl is looking.
And that's also when Jarvis speaks up. A general purpose scanner won't detect something like a Cortex bomb. That is not its intended design. You need a medical scanner to do EKG scans, deep tissue scans, things that it's designed to do.
Chev just stares at this kid and lets Rawl check him over, waiting for some level of confirmation.
Raw rubbing
check.
his finger along.
No check necessary. Even before you start rubbing your fingers, or even before you even go to utilize your hands, you push the ear aside, and you do see a very faint white scar just behind the left ear.
Okay.
It was medical. It was surgically fused back together with laser technology, so it leaves very minimal scarring. And you get that confirmation that this kid is telling some kind of truth.
Can I still feel the area to see if it's surface level or if it's deeper?
You run your finger across it. There's no abnormalities to the skull itself. whatever they did, they again used laser technology to pull this off. You get a sense that this was probably done during Chav's downtime while he's unconscious on the nullifier.
Okay.
Only you would be aware of that because Oho wasn't there, but he arrived to the nullifier unconscious.
Looks like there's one more thing I'll have to have a few words with Killbolt about.
When Oho hears Rawl say that, which seems to be an affirmation, his eyes just kind of go back to Chav.
Chav just kind of like blinks a few times and nods, and then looks back at Jarvis, and very slowly walks over to him.
Please don't hurt me, as he's trying to shield his nose from getting punched because it's already fucking bandaged up.
He's gonna crouch down in front of him to get eye to eye level with him. And then Chav's going to slowly lean forward, inch by inch, until he presses his forehead against Jarvis's. Hard enough that he like pushes Jarvis's head backwards.
Sorry, I was just part of the
Go
cleanup.
ahead and say it. Just doing what?
I was part of the cleanup. I wasn't directly involved in the implant. I didn't know you were part of his team, as he points to Oho. You arrived unconscious, and we got orders sent down from command to implant the Cortex bomb.
You got orders.
I'm just, like I said, I was just a petty officer. I am typically in charge of sterilization of medical instruments, prepping, all that. If I had known that he was working with you, I would have told him a long time ago.
But I was there. I was the one who personally delivered Chav's unconscious body to the ISB. And you mean to tell me that didn't raise any red flags to you?
I just saw you in passing with him. When I was with him, I didn't know what your involvement was.
So what you're saying is that it's all about whether or not you know the people, what makes a difference, and whether or not it's right to implant a bomb in someone who's unconscious, as long as you're following orders.
I didn't implant any bombs. I don't agree with that. It seems barbaric, but I have no say. I'm just a petty officer. If I had any say, I would have never done something like that. It doesn't seem civilized.
If I were to ask you today to go to Coruscant and kill your family, would you?
Never. No.
But I ask you.
I would never harm my own family. What does this have to do? Look, I offered this information freely as soon as I realized who you're working with. I wasn't hiding it. I didn't know.
Jarvis. And as he's saying this, Raw slowly turns and walks to the doorway, and he pantomimes pulling this vibro axe out from behind the door but he's summoning it. You can hear the metal scrape along the floor as he brings it back into view and kind of caresses the haft of the axe. You know, words, promises, ideals, it's all the same thing, really. At the end of the day, there's only one thing that is true, both in nature and in the rest of the galaxy. Do you know what that thing is, Jarvis? The strong crush the weak. And right now, the Empire, oh, it is very strong. And he gets closer. So strong that all they have to do is simply not even ask, just simply state that someone, somewhere, needs to disappear, and it's done. Jarvis, where do you think that puts you?
I don't know.
It's very, very low on the self-preservation ladder. And your words are not giving us very good confidence. So I'm going to ask you this once. Are you here for yourself or for the Empire? And as he does so, he puts the haft of the vibroaxe underneath his chin, so he looks directly in his eyes as he is using his mind reading ability on Jarvis.
I chose this path for myself. I'm telling you. I may not be skilled enough to remove the bomb, but I watched the process. I think I could help remove it. If you find somebody that's more capable than I, please, I can walk them through the process without risk of detonation. I am confident in my ability to help remove the Cortex bomb. I just want to help, I swear.
Chev, this whole time, he has put his own noggin right against this kid's. And he backs up just enough to make Jarvis look at him. He goes, I think that's actually a brilliant idea. But I also think that a really good idea, until we find such a person who can pull this device out of my old cranium, I think I got a nice warm seat right next to me on the bridge of the Chimera, just to keep you nice and close so I can keep you in my thoughts.
I'll do whatever. Like I told him, you guys don't have a medical professional on your staff. I can be that professional. I can provide medical attention to your injuries. I'm willing to do what it takes to prove.
That is the problem, Delaney. Your willingness to do what it takes is what led you to help in doing something like what was done to Chav. And you have to understand from our perspective that to trust you with our health means to be concerned that if we were to be unconscious and unsupervised, would you do it again?
No, I promise you, I wouldn't. If I could take the Cortex bomb out myself now, I would do it. I swear.
Raul's eyes has never left Jarvis's. Is he lying?
You get as the two of you have been observing this kid, he's you get a sense of unassured. He's not sure in his abilities, but he wants to prove himself. He's not lying in his convictions and his promise that if he could right now, he would take the bomb out of Chap's head. He just does not have the skill nor the tools capable of doing so.
Rawl lowers the vibro axe and puts it against the bulkhead. He's just a kid. Scared, with a fair amount of skill, but he's just a kid. I think he means what he says. Should we trust him? No. Far from it. But don't think we are in danger. And he could be of use to us.
Jeff turns and looks at Rawl
Oho gestures to Chav.
when he says, I don't think we're in danger.
I think Oho takes a moment when he sees Chav turning, and he gestures to Chav and Rawl, and then just gestures to the exit. And he starts walking back out for them to follow. To resume the conversation outside, away from.
Hold on 1 second. For my own sake, let's see if this kid was able to hold himself together.
Yeah, did he piss his pants? So no, he wanted to use the bathroom before now.
I think that's a setback die.
I think so too.
And this is Oho's ship, so he's got to clean it up.
He can clean after himself.
We can. His hands are bound.
Said what I said.
Surprisingly enough, he held himself together.
Keeps it together, just barely.
Barely.
Janice sees the signal from Oho, then turns back to Jarvis and just goes, no hard feelings. All right? I mean, when I eventually am in a position to do unto others that have done unto me, and you would just be just one more person on the nullifier, right? Not that it was your fault. And Chav's gonna get up and walk away.
He is fucking terrified right now. He doesn't know if he's gonna survive this.
As the party's exiting, Rawl puts the blindfold back on him, pats him on the head, don't go anywhere, and exits.
Oh, Joe.
I think when they are outside, Oho just has a moment. There's like silence first, and it's just Chav. Thoughts?
I don't know if I want to have too many of those right now. I don't know what's going to spark this candle.
I wouldn't worry about you having enough thoughts for that.
You know, for once, that's a compliment.
You're welcome. However, after this discovery, I think it only fair to let you speak your piece about what we do next. And then he looks at Rawl to see if he agrees with it.
You know, I'm not surprised it's something that Gilbert would do. Not surprised in the least. I mean, with Oho and I, he's got us. There's nowhere that we can run if he gives the information that he has to the right people. didn't have anything on you though, save for, your debt to the Huts. That's it. So I always found it kind of odd how you were able to leave the ship with all of these new things and no recompense.
Killbolt only wanted one thing from me, and that is getting a job done. He pulled me in because he knew that the second that I found out Tazen was in charge of this shit, that I'd already be all for it. But Killbolt ain't one to leave things up to chance. Killbolt needs insurance. Killbolt needs results. So even though it's literally the fate of my home world that I'm fighting for, he needs not only to strap my ass to a bomb before sending me into that fight, but just in case, he's got to put one in my fucking skull.
I have a sneaking suspicion that you weren't supposed to make it out of this mission alive.
Once that's all done, I got what I wanted. Nothing's not under a blockade or a siege. Tazen's out of the picture. Empire suffers a big blow. Why don't I just walk? You guys know. That makes me a loose end.
Not only a loose end, but a scapegoat, as he could utilize you and your dead body to reignite another war to take over and or possibly destroy Northwind.
I think it is this point that it is safe to say that all of us could be considered both loose ends and ploys.
Nothing changes. I'm still going to Northwind, and I am still going to rip Tazen apart. And this is just one more reason for me to decimate that Imperial blockade like I know I can. Because now it's not just about making a point to Tazen. Now the point is showing Killbolt why you don't piss me off.
I do quite like that notion.
Well, I have suggestions. As Raul said, the kid is not lying. I do not believe that he is the most morally reliable individual, but then again, who is? However, I do believe that whatever triggered him to risk going AWOL from the ISB must have been enough of a fire within him to potentially give him an opportunity for something different. I don't think that I need to pry too deep, all three of us here present, about judging ourselves by the worst action that we've ever committed, as I'm sure we've done plenty Now, as altruistic as it may seem, there seems to be an opportunity with this kid. Considering his point of view toward the rebellion, it seems as though our opportunity of meeting the rebellion and showing him the rebellion at first hand could be a chance to see whether or not his thoughts change. Doesn't need to be our responsibility. We just need to meet the rebellion, and see how he perceives that.
Rawls' expression had darkened when Oho had mentioned things that we regret doing, as his thoughts go back to another kid that he had himself had almost maimed. I suppose everyone deserves a second chance at life. Let's hope he makes the right choice going forward.
Jeff,
Chev like thinks for a moment. At this point, he's got his back turned, kind of like looking at a different direction. Just takes a deep breath and goes, I ain't mad at the kid. I'm mad and the kid was there.
it appears as though our decision to meet with your friends from Isotech may be a bigger opportunity than we anticipated.
I'm not hoping to schedule an appointment anymore. I'm hoping the good doctor is available for walk-ins.
I think I am willing to wait for an eye later on. Something tells me there are things more pressing.
We're on a clock, gentlemen.
Indeed. So, to be clear that we understand each other, this kid comes with us. We make him privy of the information the way that an agent of Killbolt would be made privy of information. Past that, we can consider giving him more insights, should we feel they are necessary, to perhaps give him a chance to grow a stronger spine. We get him with us to the rebellion, and after that, he will be both potentially an asset and a liability. So we have to be ready to face both of those sides of that coin.
I will personally make sure he's aware of that fact.
Chav's gonna nod and then hold his hand out to Oho and just say, give me the keys.
He hands over.
Oh, would you look at that, Master? A flower. I wonder if that will pose any threat to my superior design. Oh, look, a rock. I wonder if that poses any threat to my superior design. Oh, look, an insectoid. That definitely does not pose a threat to my superior design.
I swear,
Oh, it is pretty.
I didn't program sarcasm into this droid, but there we have it. I think
I don't
it's-
know. I got a personality chip, just like you said, for like loyalty, and it was, I don't know, doesn't, maybe it was mislabeled.
Well, these chips are now hard to remove as it causes errors into the internal coding. So
Don't say errors too loud about maybe superior design. You might get very upset.
precisely why I'm not going to touch anything more of his interior workings unless they're damaged.
So yeah, I was gonna nod at Raw, turn to Oho, nod as well, kind of shake the keys and head back
Oh,
onto
look,
the
the
shuttle.
waterfall. I wonder if that will cause any damage to my internal circuitry. Oh, wait, no. I have waterproof healing. How fortunate.
Oho ignores.
It's just love this fucking truck.
He just says, what you said earlier about having him next to you on the ship, is that your true intent? As we navigate with all these ships? Or would you prefer him to stay with one of the others?
Kind of thinks it over for a moment and goes, depending on how good he actually is, I might want him later on, but the VCX has Bess's medical bay
It does.
and a droid.
And he can acquaint himself there and be useful until such time that we need to be rid of him.
Do you wish for him to join us when Isotech arrives? Or would you prefer for him to stay aboard the ship?
He can stay on the ship, but if I can see the doctor, and he does have, if he knows what's going on inside my head better than I do, then he should get acquainted.
Well, let us bring him aboard the VCX, give him whatever tools he needs if he needs tools. And then he'll be under guard by 3 droids while we're gone.
I also have an idea of something we can do to test him. Before we bring him into the Isotech people that you know, ask them to present the procedure that they think would work, but ask them to add a wrong motion, something that would make the procedure fail, something that would someone with medical understanding would notice. Then we show it to him. If he doesn't point it out, either he is incapable or he prefers for the procedure to not work. I do not think we need to test him more, but I don't want to take more risks than we have to.
Ten four. And Chav's gonna enter the shuttle.
No, who's going to follow?
Chav will let Oho do the talking, but Chav is going to, as non-threatening as he can be without putting on a goofy smile, walk over to Petty Officer Delaney, crouch down to undo his binds, and then help the Petty Officer to his feet, while Oho lays down the law.
Oho welcome to your first mission, Delaney. Follow me. And Oho is going to lead him to the restroom. He's going to open the door of the restroom. And he's going to make sure that the door stays open. Oho has no qualms whatsoever looking at someone doing their business.
Yeah. I mean, you get a sense that he's not inexperienced with this type of examination during relief. I mean, standard procedure to observe during drug testing, so he's just not used to it being done to him usually. He's a little awkward about it at first, but we go through the whole process. Eventually, a little gun shy, but eventually the deed's done.
Start whistling.
Outside that, probably Oho brings him and tells him to change to his civvy's clothes.
After sterilizing, after utilizing the restroom, he agrees. Okay. Switches into a plain white t-shirt. A plain white t-shirt with some indiscernible brown trousers and some boots. Basically trying to take on a less obvious physical appearance than a typical Imperial soldier.
Once his change, Oho sort of leads him back to the group. He just literally just goes, points at Chav, goes, Chav, and Rawl. Oho.
And Jarvis Nathan Delaney. My friends call me Jarvis or Jay.
So your name will be Jay. Jarvis and Delaney, you won't use that anymore.
Okay, understood.
Have you any idea what task was given to us by Kilbo before we departed?
No, I could.
How are your social skills, Jay?
Described as having good bedside manners as a medical professional. That's about it.
And how far are you willing to go to follow this feeling in your gut?
Wherever you take me.
Good. Because we're going to be meeting the rebels.
His eyes just go fucking wide.
Good.
And I'm going to say that is a perfect point to end tonight's session. As the scene, or as our camera view pans upwards to the outer atmosphere of the planet of Deveron, we watch as the ship known as ISO-1 emerges finally from hyperspace. And that's where we'll end tonight's session. Thank you, all you wonderful 2B Dicers, for tuning into tonight's episode of Star Wars Edge of the Empire, Seeds of War, as we take our first steps into joining the rebellion with a rebellious group and a now stowaway turned possible rebel. Find out more on next week's episode of Star Wars with 2B Dice Adventures. We love you guys, and we'll see you next time. Take care.